fabulous. So thank you very much, and God bless you.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Congratulations. You know, it reminds you what a small town Stockton really is. I remember when I'd hear St. Joseph's, I'd say, you know, I was born at St. Joseph's, and I'd look around and everybody look at me like, yeah, we all were, Steve. I mean, this truly is a small town. Congratulations.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. My grandfather was a surgeon at St. Joe's back in the 70s and I guess into the 80s. And I think back oftentimes and the care that St. Joe's has had and the evolution and the expansion and the services. And you speak to somebody and they've had a terrible health risk or they're in the hospital and you hear that they're at St. Joseph's, like, oh, good. We know that they're going to be getting great care versus some other challenging environments that might be in. Albeit as it may, there's many great doctors throughout our entire county and in our hospitals, but seems to me there's always a standard that St. Joseph's has been able to maintain. And we appreciate that excellence. It's not by accident. You constantly challenge and reinvent and expand and do more. And I know there's even plans for an additional expansion. So congratulations. It's a great recognition. And I'm proud that I have a little bit of a family legacy at St. Joseph's through my grandfather. Thank you.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Thank you. 125 years young, right? Isn't that what we say? I too was born there and lived around the corner. So everybody remembers George's Drive-In and back in the day and going over there and watch the growth, and what you guys have done has been absolutely amazing. And the growth going forward, I mean, everybody in our community knows it and everybody in the community knows St. Joe's Hospital. But thank you for your leadership. It means a lot. Just the number of how few people have been in charge of it is exciting to me, that people go there and find a place in our community to come and take care of themselves and get help. So thank you very much.
Will the board please join me for a picture? We have a certificate for you guys. Clerk of the board, if we have the next recognition, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the recognition brought forward by District 2 Supervisor Canepa, and this is part of the Chairman's initiative to recognize nonprofit organizations throughout the year. District 2 will be recognizing the Uplift All Foundation, and I would like to invite Chainu Mehdi, Ron Amador, and Sharon Benninger to the podium as I read this recognition, which states, "This certificate of recognition is being presented to Uplift All Foundation in recognition of your comprehensive approach to supporting the homeless and overcoming various obstacles, which is truly exceptional. From supplying essential needs like food and clean clothes to extending assistance in education, job readiness, and mental and physical health. Your efforts equip individuals for long-term success. San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors expresses their heartfelt gratitude for your dedicated and unwavering commitment. Presented this 12th day of March, 2024. Chairman and Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chainu. Good morning, Ron. Good morning. Let Paul, Supervisor Canepa, say a few words.
So this is an amazing day for you guys. Every day is an amazing day for you guys, because what you guys do in the community is uplift all. And I mean that because Miguel and I, just the work that you guys do, Chainu called and said, "Hey, Paul, we need help getting money," right? And I'm thinking, oh, great. Everyone always asks that to us. It's like, we need money, we need money. She goes, "It's really hard being a nonprofit to get the money that we need." So I'm on health plan of San Joaquin, and they took Miguel and I down to an apartment down the block, and it was absolutely deplorable. I mean, and it was close to being closed. I think they were losing $20,000 a month. And I just happened to listen. There's a Medi-Cal program at Health Plan of San Joaquin, and she needed money, and they had a plan for, I believe it's 62 rooms, and you could talk to more about that. But we got, I believe, $1.7 million to redo the 62 rooms in, I think, a month and a half. Now, we always talk about the speed of bureaucracy. Well, that was the speed of bureaucracy. And instead of losing those 62 rooms, now people are going to be able to live there with dignity. The same thing that you guys do at St. John's with the health plan and the folks, I mean, the health clinics and doing the laundry is just absolutely amazing. And what you do is provide dignity. And Sharon, you're a stalwart too in the community. And Ron and Chainu, you guys are godsend. So, I mean, I think that's the purpose of this, is to have nonprofits come that make a difference in people's lives. And I think that's exactly what you do. So I was proud to have you guys here and be my honoree of the nonprofit. So thank you so much. And you want to say a few words, or you want them to say a few words?
I'm going to let Shiny say a few words first of all. Go ahead, Shiny.
I wasn't expecting that, but on behalf of our board, especially Sharon Benninger, Ron Amador, who's the backbone of Uplift All Foundation, our volunteers, our entire team, and of course, Miguel and Paul, thank you so much for honoring Uplift All and the work we do. It has been an absolute nonstop, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We keep working so that we can make a change in our community, city of Stockton, the entire county of San Joaquin, and we try to find solutions to every problem. We started with the laundry, the showers, and now our latest work office van, which has message centers, mailboxes, internet, computers for everybody who needs to move up. We go to Delta College, and we go to schools to do the laundry of the homeless students, and that's a step forward. We want to encourage people who want to make a change for themselves in their lives. So we're providing a purpose and a hope to everybody, and I hope we're doing that well.
Ron, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Again, we'd like to thank the county. I mean, certainly although we're out there every day doing the work, it's not possible without the support of the county. And certainly the county has been tremendously supportive of our organization. I see the chief that's out there as well. Probation, we recently partnered with the probation team as well. And again, the services that we're providing every day is just not possible without the support. So again, on behalf, as Shani said earlier, on behalf of all of our volunteers, our staff, we thank you folks very much, because it definitely makes our day a little bit easier knowing that we have you folks behind us supporting us. So again, thank you very much.
Would you like to?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, Ron is so right. We just feel so grateful for look at me. I just feel so grateful for all your support. We were cleaning up the street around St. Mary's, and it was a joint effort. We had about 70 people that were cleaning up all the trash, and it's you. We're all working together. We're making a big change. It's really a good thing. So let's keep it up. Let's keep helping the poor and get the people off the street and just anything. They just can't thank us enough. And we feel honored to be in their presence, and we thank you for supporting us.
Well, I can tell you that I know last year Vice Chair Camp and I were honored to be on the board and help the gala raise some money. And I got to see firsthand what you guys do for the community, and it's absolutely amazing. You've helped so many people. Just having clean clothes means a big deal. And I know working with Ron, he's always trying to figure out what he can do for the community. And Shiny, you've been amazing trying to reach out to everyone, to help people. Truly an incredible foundation. So incredible job. I know some of our board members would like to comment. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Supervisor Canada, for bringing this recognition forward, and ultimately thank you guys. Talk about a call to action. Chano, I remember just several years ago meeting in your house and sitting down, and you're like, what can we do? And oftentimes people look, they expect the government to do more, and we constantly challenge, what can we do different, better, or more? But a private partnership private and public partnership is really a key to addressing, because we can't do it all. We don't have all the answers. We don't have all the innovation that to even think outside the box. Nobody's even thinking about what you guys have created. So thank you for putting that together. Our community is better because of it. And I know you're constantly challenging and looking to grow and expand. So we appreciate all your efforts, and stay strong, because a lot of people outside of these walls really depend and appreciate you.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. I'm going to congratulate you on your recognition. And I love the name Lift Up, because a hand up is always better than a handout. And especially during this period of time where the state of California still hasn't got their act together. We're in the middle of building our mental health facility. But right now there's a lot of individuals that are falling between those cracks. And that's where you're filling the void. So thank you.
Supervisor Brickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Supervisor Canepa, for bringing this forward, and congratulations. And thank you for your dedication and your willingness to help make your community even better. And what a lot of people don't realize is that you're volunteering your time, taking time away from your personal time, your family, to help others, and that's magnificent. So thank you very much, and God bless each and every one of you.
Can I have the board please join us for a picture or photo? Come on back. I believe it's this one. Oh, there you go. Come on down. Oh, man, how you doing? Clerk of the board, we have the next recognition, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we'll be recognizing retiring San Joaquin County Public Defender Miriam T. Lyle. Ms. Lyle was appointed public defender on April 12th, 2016, becoming the first woman to lead the public defender's office. She is a native of Palo Alto who attended law school at Golden Gate University in San Francisco, and Ms. Lyle joined the Public Defender's Office in October 1990 and will be retiring at the end of the month, having successfully served San Joaquin County for nearly 34 years. On behalf of the board, we would like to express our deepest gratitude for your service and your leadership. Chairman Bwell.
Miriam, good morning. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure, thank you. To the Board of Supervisors, I thank you very much for this honor. To the people in the chambers and online, I thank you for being here. I cannot believe it's been 33 and a half years that I've been with San Joaquin County. I'm very proud of the work that I've done, the office has done, the clients that we have assisted. I remember when I first moved here, and my parents, who were both from the East Coast, were just so thrilled with Stockton because of all of the trees. They had never seen so many trees on the West Coast, and that was a wonderful, wonderful start to the time with the office. Over the years, I've had struggles, the office has had struggles, we've had our ups and downs, but I've always been proud of our representation. we are hardworking and dedicated and provide the very best that we can for the clients. Sometimes, all we can do is to ensure that they get their day in court and that their representation is the highest level. I want to thank all of the attorneys, investigators, clerical staff that are here today. I want to personally thank my husband, John Boysa. I am his better half, but he is truly amazing, and I could not have done it without him. So thank you so much for this honor. I'm looking forward to the next chapter in my life, and thank you very much.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak? We have one.
Oh.
Yes.
Hopefully the next public defender.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the entire Public Defender's Office, it is an honor to be here today to celebrate Miriam as she embarks on her new adventures. Miriam has built a reputation of being fearless. She's someone who never backs down. She's always volunteered for the most difficult cases in the office, and she always gets excellent results for her clients because she cares so deeply for everyone who crosses her path. In fact, in her very first murder trial, it resulted in an acquittal of all homicide charges and a conviction for a simple misdemeanor charge of disturbing the peace, which is quite an accomplishment, I must say. It was this fearlessness and tenacity that allowed her to work her way up through a historically male-dominated profession to become the first female public defender in San Joaquin County. She's never believed that there was anything she couldn't do. She has set an excellent example for all women in the legal profession, and she deserves to be celebrated as she embarks on her much-deserved retirement. So congratulations, Miriam, and thank you for everything that you've taught me through the years.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to say a few words? Okay, I see none. Well, Miriam, I want to thank you for 33 years of service to our county. I know you've done an amazing job, and I know you've had an amazing staff, and I know that in your retirement, you're going to have a wonderful rest of your life.
Yes.
Certain board members who'd like to speak. Supervisor Ding?
I too would like to thank you for your service. And just a reminder, innocent until proven guilty, which we seem to, in this politically charged or whether it's personal or emotional, we tend to forget that. And you are an equal part of justice there as well. So thank you for your service. I think the one thing, and I had read it in some notes that were sent over to me, and your applicant, I guess, for the new position of public defender just said it. You have a reputation for taking the harder cases in the office. You didn't just push it off on someone else. So leading by example. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Miriam, you've been amazing. And we always talk about giving people a voice, and you've done that. I mean, not only by what you do, but your actions prove that. And it's going to be a big void to fill you leaving. You're going boating. John's got a new boat. So hopefully you have some good boat shoes to enjoy your retirement. And if we see him overboard, we know who did it, just so you know. So don't pull any hanky stuff, right? Just use your government card to get out of it. So thank you for your service. It's been an amazing ride, 33 and a half years. And yeah. I personally am grateful for you. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I have to say I'm a little conflicted and confused, okay? Your letter of resignation came in as the announcement of your retirement, so I rejected it. So to me, you're not retiring. And then we announce your retirement, and everybody starts cheering. So I'm a little bit confused about why everybody's cheering that you're retiring. I think it's a sad day for our county, but it's an inevitable day, of course. I know that you're celebrated for all that you gave to the office, to the citizens of this great county of ours, that we all have the privilege to serve, and you've done it with distinction. You've had an exemplary career, and I know during this course in time, there's trials and tribulations, and there's some tragedies that have bestowed throughout life. And we just appreciate the dignity and the honor and the integrity that you've conducted yourself and the office and the standard you've established. So we thank you. Enjoy retirement. It was nice to meet your husband and many of your staff. You guys work in behind the scenes. We oftentimes don't see you. So good to see you all come out and celebrate Miriam's career. For us, it's a sad day, but we celebrate your time and your next phase. So thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations on your exceptional service, 33 and a half years. I mean, that's just mind-boggling. And, and thank you for your dedication to protecting individuals' constitutional rights as they appear in court and how important that is. But most importantly, too, is that it's retirement. You dedicated your life to helping others. Now's your time to relax with you and your family, your husband. Apparently you have a boat because I keep hearing about it. But take time and relax and do the things that you guys like to do, just you two. So congratulations and God bless.
Thank you.
Can I have members of the Public Defender's Office join us for a photo?
Yes.
And the board, please join us.
If you guys want to fill in behind him and kind of keep it tight. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We never get to see you guys.
We can fill it. We can fill it in.
Get in the back. Get in.
Over here.
Yes, I will remember. He has to be the back.
They said the Public Defender's Office, and they won't let me in. It's apparently
Yeah.
All right, here. All right. Well, I'm going to be with all of you.
Now you're blocked with color. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mary.
Thank you.
Literally,
But you're going to have to all go back up and
Actually, if I could ask Public Defender Lyle to please stay at the podium for just one more.
Just Miriam, right?
Just Miriam. So
Just Miriam. Just
she can
Miriam.
bring everybody. So our next recognition is the proclamation of March 18th as Public Defender Day in San Joaquin County. So very fitting that we're doing this today on the day of your recognition. And the proclamation reads, whereas the states ratified the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution in 1791 as part of the United States Bill of Rights. And whereas the Sixth Amendment guarantees those accused of crimes the right to a speedy and public trial, an impartial jury, to be informed of the accusations they face, to confront witnesses, and to have the assistance of defense counsel. And whereas county established the public defender as a county department in 1961, and whereas on March 18th, 1963, The United States Supreme Court held in Gideon v. Wainwright, 372 U.S. 335, the 6th and 14th Amendments of the Constitution guaranteed the right to assistance of counsel in state courts to criminal defendants who cannot afford to hire counsel, noting the right of one charged with a crime to counsel may not be deemed fundamental and essential to fair trials in some counties, but it is in ours. And whereas the San Joaquin County Public Defender's Office is dedicated to serving the diverse needs of our community and its justice system by furnishing clients whose cases have been entrusted to the office with competent, effective, loyal, ethical, zealous, compassionate, and efficient advocacy. And whereas the Public Defender's Office preserves the civil liberties of all those who call San Joaquin County home by protecting the constitutional rights of its clients. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim March 18th, 2024 as Public Defender Day, presented this 12th day of March, 2024. Chairman Bwell.
Thank you. How fitting, Public Defender Day and your retirement. Would you like to say a few words on behalf of the Public Defender's Office?
Yes, I want to again thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing Public Defender Day on March 18th. It is a historic day. It's a long-fought day. The Constitution does guarantee that every citizen is presumed innocent unless the prosecution can prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements of each of the charges. My office works very hard every day. I'm quite honored that I was born in the 60s when the Public Defender's Office was formed. It's absolutely critical to the Constitution, to criminal justice, to the law and order of San Joaquin County, California, and the United States. If you've had the pleasure or surprise of going to other countries, many other countries do not recognize this idea of presumption of innocence. Many other countries require that you, the accused, have to prove your innocence. And so I'm very proud to be part of the criminal justice system, extremely proud of our office, and I hope everybody can come back up again, because this is really an honor that each and every one of the people in this chambers, online or in court, deserve to be recognized for. So thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. Would anybody else from the office like to say a few words on behalf of the Public Defender's Office?
Come on. No?
Okay.
I think I've said everything.
I think we're good. I think we're
else.
good. Well, Marin, I know that, the Public Defender's Office do your best to represent everyone, especially the innocent. So thank you for what you and your office and your staff do for people who need help. Supervisor Rippon, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Chairman, and welcome back.
Thank you.
No, I think you said it, profoundly, is that, it's amazing as you see in other countries in the world that, you can get arrested, charged with a crime, and you don't have a right to counsel. It's you just throw you in prison, and you or your family, and thank God, it doesn't happen in this country, and it's because of folks like you and your team, the guardians of our constitutional rights and, those fundamental rights that sometimes I think in this country we take for granted. And thank you very much, and you and your whole entire team back there for doing the work that you do, and God bless.
Supervisor Ding.
No, I'd just like to, again, congratulate and recognize the entire staff of the Public Defender's Office. Thank you for your service.
Vice Chair Canepa.
I agree. It's one of those things that you guys are tasked with, representing people that you might not always agree with or agree with what they've done. And I think that's the most important part about being a public defender, is that you put your thoughts and beliefs to the side so that you can equally defend somebody and do it on the merits of who they are, and are fair and equitable. And I think that's the most important part of being the public defender. I know Ron Freitas is always here, and we gave them new positions. And my question was, well, what do we do for the Public Defender's Office? And so we got to scrap and keep fighting. And and making sure that the public defender's office has the same support as the district attorney's office. I mean, obviously people want to see people prosecuted, but I mean, sometimes there's folks that are wrongly prosecuted, and it's your guys' job to help those folks. So thank you for what you do. That was kind of the shortest retirement too, so you're back again for public. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. As you and all the staff represent law and justice for all. So we thank you, appreciate it. And by the way, I think we got the photo. It's the same photo. We got everybody together once. So I think we're good. But we truly appreciate all the work and effort for that law and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Miriam, I do have a certificate for you. If I could please come forward.
Me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
If you guys want to join us, you're more than welcome.
Yeah. Everybody.
Public Defenders Day. Come on down. Yeah.
That's a beautiful. Stand somewhere else this time. Standing somewhere else.
Oh, nice. I don't think they can mess up. Did you get somebody for the pro? Supervisor Dean, why don't you step over here behind the record? He doesn't bite. Right here. There you go, buddy. Perfect. Pop you in a little bit more so everybody can get you in the picture, guys. There you go. Good job. Look it up, everybody. Check out the cameras. Perfect.
Clerk of the Board, we have the next recognition, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Next is the proclamation of March 2024 as National Nutrition Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Barrett Shin, Public Health Nutritionist from the Women, Infants, and Children's Program, Rosalina Mendez, Public Health Educator from the CalFresh Healthy Living Program, and Caitlin Pierce, Supervising Public Health Educator from the Health Promotions Program, as I read the proclamation, which states, whereas food is the substance by which life is sustained, with the type, quality, and amount that individuals consume each day playing a vital role in their health and physical fitness. And whereas there is a need for continuing nutrition education and a wide-scale effort to enhance healthy eating practices. And whereas the theme for National Nutrition Month 2024 is Beyond the Table, serving as a reminder to address the farm-to-fork aspect of nutrition. This includes considerations such as food production, sustainability, food waste management, distribution, navigating grocery stores and farmers markets, as well as home food safety and storage practices. And whereas San Joaquin County grows tons of fresh produce, but there's less than one food outlet per 100,000 residents, like farmers markets or on-farm markets. Despite that, we're ahead of the state with more health-focused food retailers based on size and offerings. And whereas Beyond the Table also describes the various ways we eat not only around a dinner table, but also on the go, in schools and restaurants, at games and events. And whereas San Joaquin County Public Health Services, Women, Infants, and Children, and our health promotion and chronic disease prevention teams unite to celebrate our diverse communities, prioritize inclusion and equity, and enhance overall health in San Joaquin County. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of March 2024 as National Nutrition Month in San Joaquin County, and encourages all residents to participate and promote one's personal nutrition journey as well as that of others in the hope of achieving optimum health for both today and tomorrow. Presented this 12th day of February 2024. March 2024. Chairman Bwell.
Well, good morning. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Pooja Vyas. I'm a registered dietitian, nutritionist, and PHS Week program coordinator. Along with me here is Barrett Shin, a dietitian with PHS Week, Rosalina with a Healthy Living program. We did invite other community-based organization representatives. However, they're not here today with us, but together we would like to commemorate National Nutrition Month. I would quickly like to say something. In a world where food is often reduced to mere sustenance, National Nutrition Month serves as a powerful reminder that our relationship with food extends beyond the boundaries of our plates. Food encompasses a very fabric of our daily lives, influencing our health, well-being, and our communities. I would now want to hand over to Barrett to share more thoughts on National Nutrition Month and our annual campaign theme.
Hi, my name is Barrett Lee Shin, and I am a registered dietitian nutritionist, and I work for the Public Health Services Women, Infants, and Children program, and I'm very proud of that. And it's my honor to address you all the theme for this year's annual National Nutrition Month. It's Beyond the Table. Beyond the Table theme reminds us that food is an aspect of all society, its economy, and the environment. Access to healthy foods will lead to more prosperous lives. I ask the Board of Supervisors to think beyond the table for San Joaquin County and their constituents. Thank you for your time, and we appreciate the proclamation.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Hello, my name is Caitlin Pierce. I'm a supervising public health educator. Thank you, Board, for inviting us here today. I just wanted to say that although we are public health, we wanted to just take a moment to recognize that we have a lot of community partners who are community-based organizations, schools, academic institutions, hospitals, and other community organizations who have nutritionists who are in the community who do amazing work, and unfortunately were not able to attend with us today. So this proclamation is really for all the nutritionists in the county. Thank you very much.
Great. Would you like to say a few words? Well, I can tell you that nutrition is a big part of everyone's life, and I appreciate everyone involved, like you said, everyone, the doctors, nurses, schools, and public health that looks out for nutrition. I know with so many fast food out there, it's very unnutritional, but some people can't afford nutritious food, so appreciate getting the word out, and we're honoring this day. Supervisor Rickman, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for being here this morning and, reading the proclamation. And one thing that comes out is a habit, healthy eating habit of making it a habit. And like our chairman was saying, it's so easy. You're tired, you work a long day, it just seems like you're in a rush. And just to stop by Mickey D's and grab a hamburger and, curb that appetite and move on. But, we talk a lot about here on this board, a lot of the proclamations that we do about different type of diseases and illnesses. And a lot of those diseases and illnesses can be prevented by having a healthy eating habit. And if you look here in San Joaquin County, we lead the nation in agriculture. We have wonderful fruits and vegetables. And also every city, or no, I shouldn't say every city, but many cities in this county have farmers markets that you can go pick, fresh fruits and vegetables and, start getting into that habit. And I know I do it every weekend with my wife here in Tracy and Mountain House. So thank you very much for being here, and thank you for the job that you do and, educating people and, giving people that extra push to, change their lifestyle and start eating healthier. So again, thank you and God bless.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate you calling on me. Listen, first off, I want to report that Vice Chair Canepa and Supervisor Rickman bring donuts every time we have a meeting here in the chamber. It's right outside. I stand in protest, and unfortunately, sometimes I fall victim and eat like a half a donut. But maybe you can educate them about the ills of donuts, please. But in all truth and honesty, what I've seen through advocacy and awareness is you see a lot of parts of our cities that when you walked in stores before, they'd have candy, sodas, and maybe beer or whatever else in myself, but it wasn't fresh foods or yogurts or things on the shelf, and now they have it. So great job with advocacy and awareness. It's making a difference in the community, and we thank and appreciate your efforts, and keep on. Thank you.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The donut supervisor patty are for our mental health. So, nutrition used to mean, we've seen the jokes, be home before the lights come on, but we all had dinner around the table at 5:30. Mom stuck that teaspoon of raw cod liver oil in your mouth every morning. It was a different time. I do want to, since beyond the table is your theme, I think we're going to have some issues come before this board where hopefully our actions match our proclamations and words. I'm looking at a flyer for a nutrition fun run being sponsored by the hospitals for underserved communities. And they want to charge, and I understand parking fees, $6 a person, but when you're trying to get 600 young kids from disadvantaged families out to the parks we own, and you're going to disenfranchise them by charging a $6 fee, it just sends the wrong message. And we ought to use our places, our public places, to promote good health and good activity. You reward what you like, you tax and fee what you don't like. So thank you very much for all you do.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Yes, being Italian, I was taught the way to somebody's heart is through their stomach. And that's why I bring donuts, so that I could bribe everybody to like me. So that's where that comes from. And it's also comfort food. But that's the thing to me, what's alarming is the stuff that we put in our foods as American as opposed to the food that we escort. And I think that's the bigger alarming thing that, we need to be yelling and screaming that it's not okay if they're trying to make profit to make us less healthy. We always talk about it. I just saw Quaker Oats or whatever, what the European blend looks like and what the American blend. And it's really alarming because in our society, we make it easier not to be healthy. I'm trying to get healthy I got a grandkid coming, so I joined Orange Theory. But let me tell you, it's easier being fat than it's being healthy because it's just the way that our society, I'm just saying it's thankful, but you guys got a lot of work ahead of you because, yeah, they are, unfortunately. So I commend you. I wish I had full access to a dietitian because that would be helpful. But I think those are the kinds of things that, breaking bad habits as American is the hugest hurdle we have to. And so teaching kids young, I think, is what you guys are doing. So thank you. Sorry to go off on a tangent there.
And I'd like to say it's okay if you have donuts at one Board of Supervisors meeting, and it is an occasional treat and not an every meeting treat.
I agree. Thank you.
I was going to attest that. It's like, hey, I do understand half a donut serving size, yay. Great for mental health.
Sounds
I'm
like fat shaming to me, but it's okay.
Donut holes instead of the entire donut, right? Supervisor Patty will be getting no more donuts.
For the record,
I guarantee you that.
For the record, if you do come to the 6th floor and go to Supervisor Canepa's office, he has a snack bar in there. I'm not kidding you. Chips, crackers, cookies, you name it. I want to get the board some exercise. Will you guys please come down for a photo, please? And, yeah. No, absolutely. That turned out to be pretty funny. But I'll present this to you.
She read my mind.
I know.
This is perfect.
Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, minutes, consent calendar, or closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form, and if you address the board in person, there's a time limit of 3 minutes. Our first speaker for today is Laurel Danielle.
Good morning. As an individual to the whole community and as an experienced site health and safety officer and as a mother, I call for an immediate stop work condition. I motion for an emergency condition to the mission area of recovery, citing actions of county agency as an abject failure, citing hazardous control of work documentation causing loss, imminent danger, life, health, and safety and well-being. An immediate moratorium and all stop to foreseeable without necessary recommendatory actions. I motion for emergency conditions for the SJ improvement plan. All elements of implementation, capability, response, scope of works, and operation across OES, EMS, COA, and PHS. All cause increased hazardous condition. Regulatory capture is confirmed, and planning is now including for clear and present danger. Citing willful misconduct, malicious planning procedure, human and civil rights violations, injury across all capabilities, operating outside of limits of work, over-prescribing responses, dictating to jurisdiction is disallowable. Elements of fraud, assault, battery, dereliction of duty, violation of oath of office, including professional misconduct, concealment, coercion, confirmed data manipulation, reason and ethics instead of methods and standards, carrying out illegal human experimentation and no informed consent. There has been integrated actions and Brown Act violations leading to maintaining of breakdown of local control. The San Joaquin County Improvement Plan is not consistent with laws that presume human rights. The whole community is now suffering both economic and serious harm and will not be able to recover to the incident as is required by the FEMA and CDC documents. This only has cause for the whole community to be able to be in a true emergency, which is the imminent threat of an abuse of power through executive, federal, and state provisions. The catastrophic event has taken ungranted authorities and committed violations of civil and criminal codes. You have failed to uphold the principle of precautionary elements that are required in the documentation and guidelines provided by the FEMA and CDC authorities. Employees have stepped outside of their administrative agency under a veiled obstruction of justice, and public service needs to be restored for only the judicial branch to take place in. You have damaged the ability for the people to control over their own agency. We, the government, the people create. All work has been done under a false shield of immunity and by a veil of integrated mayhem thrust upon the people by outside forces. We are free persons, and trespass against our service, our sovereignty, is forbidden in the documentation. I again call for a motion of an emergency condition and an immediate moratorium on all foreseeable actions that are taking place currently in the county. Until the whole community is allowed to be provided input into the Planning Commission and the hazardous conditions, it will continue to injure people and loss and economic harm will take place. Again, I motion for the emergency work stoppage.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Holly Moore.
Good morning, Chairman Villaputua and the board. My name is Holly Moore, and I'm a citizen of San Joaquin County. For the record, there are issues in the leadership of the ROV office. In the primary of 2022, the ROV office was proud that they had designed the ballot template. All of the ballots were mailed out, but they had been printed the wrong way, so the barcodes were in the wrong place and wouldn't scan through the machines properly. All new ballots had to be printed and mailed out to all registered voters. It was alleged the printer was responsible and no cost to the county was incurred. Is this true? Number two, general election of 2022. The Stockton East Water Board had 2 districts that were electing new representatives. I know they're speaking today. The ROV office included them in the regular ballot, but put the candidates in separate elections. However, the Stockton East Water Board has always been an at-large election, meaning that all voters in the Stockton East Water Board district get to vote for all of the candidates. A special ballot was issued to correct the mistake with a special color envelope that could only be returned by putting the special ballot in a drop box, in the mail, or taken to the ROV office. It did not appear on the people voting in person. How much did this cost the taxpayers, and what effect did it have on the candidates? In September of 2023, 160,000 voters were removed from the rolls without cause or verification. And within 2 weeks, 70,000 voters were put back on the rolls, but not necessarily the voters that had been removed. Why? In September of 2023, with the public and the San Joaquin County Citizen Election Advisory Committee protesting against the Board of Supervisors approving 29 new permanent outside open 24/7 drop boxes, the ROV said that they had to be approved ASAP as time was running out. But it was more that Ms. Hale was going on vacation and wouldn't be available during the next Board of Supervisors meeting. $194,000 was spent on new unnecessary drop boxes. No surveillance or installation was discussed at that meeting, and the costs. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Molly Watkins.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Molly Watkins, and I am a citizen of San Joaquin County. For the public record, there are issues in the leadership of the ROV's office. In the primary of the 2024, candidates that want to run for office have the opportunity to gather signatures in lieu of paying a filing fee. Candidates were given the forms and began collecting signatures, with one candidate paying people to go out and collect signatures, which is kind of illegal. After a week or so went by, the ROV called some of the candidates to say that they were given the wrong filing forms and had to come back and pick up new ones. And with that, they had to start their signature collection again, costing the candidates time and money. Also, in the primary of 2024, some candidates had turned in their paperwork for a certain race and then wanted to withdraw those papers and enter another race. They were told they could not do that by the ROV's office, and that's not quite right. Also in the primary of 2024, Marcial Ponce, who was running for the Stockton City Council District 1, was told that she was not a registered voter. However, she was. And then she was told that she was not eligible to run as she was listed as inactive in the rolls, which does not stop you from running in an election. The candidate had to find a judge to compel the ROV's office to accept her filing papers, and Ms. Ponce is well ahead in her current race. Again, in the primary of 2024, Pamela Pettis Houston, also running for the Stockton City Council District 1, was deemed ineligible because her signatures were not all valid and fell short of what she needed by the deadline of December 8th at 5 p.m. But the next day, Saturday, the 9th of December, Ms. Pettis Houston had been deemed eligible and had enough signatures. This needs to be questioned, as Ms. Pettis Houston is the pastor of the church that the ROV attends. And also, regarding the 2024, one candidate, John McBride, whose district encompasses 3 counties, opted to put his candidate statement in Stanislaus County as it was cheaper because there's less voters there, and because of the inconsistencies of the ROV's office. He was assured that his name would appear in the candidate statement in the voter guide. His name was left off, and when he questioned the ROV's office, he was told there was nothing they could do. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Hicks.
Good morning, Chairman Villaputua and board members. Thank you for what you do. I know sometimes it's a hard job and you don't get much thanks for doing it, but we appreciate the effort you put in. My name is Jim Hicks. I am a citizen of San Joaquin County. And for the record, I'm here to talk about some issues with the leadership of the ROV. Number one, primary of 2024. In the voter guide that was just talked about, there were endorsements by several political parties, one of them being the American Independent Party, the AIP. They reached out to 4 candidates, asked if the candidates wanted the AIP endorsement. The candidates said, of course, yes, that would be nice. And the AIP went through that process. When the voter guide was received, one of the candidates, John McBride, noticed that there were no endorsements by the AIP in the voter guide. He called the AIP and gave them the scanned copy of the receipt from the ROV office showing that everything was good to go. The AIP then called the ROV office, and the ROV office said there was nothing that they could do. AIB threatened a suit, so the ROV office issued a printed page to replace page 16 of the voter guide with the corrected endorsements. Now, what did this mistake cost the taxpayers? But also, what did it cost the candidates? Because those voter guides had already been out at least 7 days by that time without those endorsements. Number 2, primary of 2024. The surveillance cameras were for transparency for the voters on Dropbox security. Because the cameras were not available, the voters have lost confidence in the Dropbox security and in the ROV office. The video feed to the viewers on the ROV's website also affected the sheriff's office feed. Why are the cameras still recording 7 days after the election as of today? And are taxpayers paying for this extra time that it's recording? If the cameras had been removed after the election night, would the payment have been less to the county? And the third thing is primary of 2024, there was tampering with at least 2 drop boxes, one at Quail Lakes, where there's an Anarchy logo, and one at Kennedy Community Center had a camera stolen. Has this been reported, and has it been recorded on camera? Was security breached? And lastly, primary of 2024, ex-city councilman Shakir Khan, who admitted to 77 felonies, including election fraud, is still receiving fraudulent ballots, as are several of the other people who aided and abetted him.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carla.
Good morning, Chairman Buddha and members. I'm Carla Huney, and I am a citizen of San Joaquin County. For the record, there are issues with the leadership of the ROV office. Primary 2024 new tabulators were touted as being fabulous and will help the accounting process. At approximately $2 million, why have the San Joaquin County voters only received 3 updates? I think it's now 4. The counting should have been completed now, except for the vote in mail-in ballots. Primary of 2024, the update as of yesterday afternoon, because I did not see it, did again last night. The combination of Donald Trump and Joe Biden is approximately 49,814 votes. The total votes for Katie Jacob, who's an unopposed candidate for judge at the Superior Court Office number 12, has 50,257. Just think about that a little bit. She has more unopposed than the president. Doesn't make any sense. Also in the primary of 2024, the ROV billboards that were placed in 4 locations throughout the county featured Ms. Hale's face. The billboards were encouraged to in-person voting. When asked why her face, she said that the ROV wanted to humanize the elections. What about a sample ballot and a pen instead? And at what cost did it cost the taxpayers for this? And then also in the primary of 2024, Jason Lee, who is a candidate for Stockton City Council District 6, has been alleged to create a nonprofit and that the ROV has donated to that nonprofit. Does the county not see a conflict of interest? Thank you.
Ben Amador.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Ben Amador, Northern California chapter leader for Time Done, a national advocacy and policy change movement for the 8 million Californians struggling against the 44,000 state and federal regulatory restrictions that limit individuals with old conviction records from accessing jobs, housing, occupational licensing, and other opportunities. The digital history and publicly accessible databases of an old conviction record primarily serves to deny people with old records from accessing these opportunities and severely hinders rehabilitated people from reintegrating back into the community as productive members of society. Our solution to this problem is sunsetting and sealing old conviction records and thereby removing barriers to equal opportunity and success. Within 10 years, our team has achieved over 90 legislative, budgetary, and administrative reforms passed into law, including our most recent landmark victory, Senate Bill 731, which expanded access to the expungement relief to now include old felony prison cases. With that said, I'm standing before you today in honor of the upcoming National Public Defender's Day to commend this county and the Public Defender's Office Clean Slate program. Under the leadership of the Public Defender's Clean Slate Director Rebecca Carroll, San Joaquin County has taken a proactive and innovative approach to be the first county in the state to implement this new nationally groundbreaking expungement law and has made their expungement process the most efficient and accessible in California. Rebecca has personally helped me and my team with our own expungements under this new law, as well as worked with us in many forms of community outreach and assistance, including expungement clinics. I was reminded of just how critical and essential this work is when I had college graduates from San Joaquin Delta College and Stan State pleading for help with expunging their records because background checks prevented them from getting decent jobs or places to live. And it was an amazing feeling to know that there was a local champion like Rebecca Carroll and her office that I could direct them to for this life-changing work, whose work in this county is recognized across the state and even across the country. This county's proactive approach serves as a beacon of hope and a model for others to follow. I encourage you here to continue to build on this success, ensuring that every individual has the opportunity to rewrite their story, reinvent themselves for the better, and contribute positively to this community. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your support in making your county the front runner in implementing these life-changing measures.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Wagner.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm here to speak about some frustrations and concerns regarding our elections in this county. Last week, the ROV released a reporting schedule that has not been on schedule, and as a candidate whose race last week had a difference of 8 votes and a volunteer to several candidates, timely updates matter. I do, however, have greater concerns. Last week, friends of mine in Stockton were turned away at their Village Oaks polling place and told they could only vote by mail. I have concerns about people whose registered parties have been changed without their knowledge, which means they can't vote for people in races that they'd like. And then I also have concerns about when I came to the ROV to purchase walking lists for myself, my name appeared on 2 separate precinct lists. Olivia Hale called to assure me that it was a mistake and that it had been rectified, while precinct lines were being changed. But we've heard of numerous mistakes that the ROV makes, failing to publish voter guides, mishandling filing papers, and costing candidates time, money, and possibly votes. How many mistakes are taking place at the ROV office? Finally, my concerns about the voter rolls that have not been cleaned and discrepancies between the DMV and non-citizens and registered voters continues, along with other concerns. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to make comments?
Good morning, Chairman Villaputa, Board of Supervisors, members of the board. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. For public record, these are issues in the leadership of the ROV office. I'll close. Candidate Paris Houston's husband worked in the ROV office last year. The campaign manager for Angeline Flores worked at the ROV office while he was working as her campaign manager. The ROV was seen sitting at a table during a crab feed with that person after he was let go. The ROV's daughter worked at the ROV office, and doesn't the county have policies on nepotism? There have been multiple mistakes made, costing the taxpayers money and costing candidates precious time in the election cycle. Who has benefited from these mistakes, and who has been harmed by these mistakes? Could these mistakes have changed the outcomes of any election race? There are unanswered questions of if the ROV is associated with fraud in Maricopa County, Arizona. If you look at the ROV's social media, she appears to have a bias. She is a member of OWL movement, which is a local nonprofit and is heavily involved in politics. Candidate Pamela Pettis Houston is also a member of this organization. Is political activism a quality that we want in the position of our register of voters? Can candidates and voters who are not aligned with her personal politics expect a fair election? Can we be assured that the ROV's bias are not putting a thumb on the scale of our elections? Thank you for listening. Have a great day, and God bless you all.
Anyone else like to speak? Public comment? I see none. I will close public comment, and we'll move on to minutes of February 27, 2024. At this time, I would like a motion or someone like to...
Barring any changes, motion to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. At this time, County Councilors, are we recessing to closed session?
Yes, we can do that. We have outside counsel scheduled to appear, so it'd be recommended that we adjourn it or
at this time,
recess at this time. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a 20-minute recess. We need to attend closed session. If we can please come back at 10:35. Thank you.
Yeah, what do you guys watch? Watching Yellowstone? Oh, I know. It's insane.
I'd like to call this meeting back to order. County Council, is there anything to report out of closed session?
There is, with respect to the case April Van Dyke versus Office of Public Defender, the board approved settlement of a lawsuit 5-0. Supervisor Canepa made the motion. Supervisor Villapuga seconded it. And the terms and conditions of that settlement will be available upon request once it's been signed by all parties. With respect to the second case on for closed session, which is Sierra Club versus California Department of Water Resources, the board approved 5-0, entering into some appeals that are relevant to that case. Supervisor Patty made the motion. Supervisor Ding seconded it. That's it.
Thank you. Moving on to consent items 1 through 29. Starting from my right, Supervisor Ding, would you like to pull anything?
Mr. Chairman, pull number 6 for comment.
Okay. Supervisor Canepa.
I'm fine, sir.
Supervisor Patty.
8, 13, 16, please.
Yes. Supervisor Rickman. Okay, great. We'll start with item number 6, and that is Board of Supervisors approve the appointment of Josh Cheney, Tara Sizemore, Hester, Katie Poole, Najee Steger, and Norman Press to 6 positions on various boards and commissions for the national nomination of Patricia Barrett and Katie Poole to the California Healthcare Facilities Citizens Advisory Committee. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to publicly thank the members that have joined these boards and commissions for being in service. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 8, Supervisor Patty, CAO's office authorized the county administrator to reimburse up to $1,406.81, $1,406,081 from the American Rescue Plan Act Fund number 2250 to fund various capital projects and equipment for veteran service organizations. Supervisor Patty.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to bring this forward and really commend our board for allocating funds for our veterans buildings and throughout this entire county. In the past years, we've always seen many non-government agencies coming forward asking for funds, and usually during the budget process. And this board took action. We allocated some funds, and that has had a resounding impact. And I have to say, our veterans who served our country and continue to serve our country and our county and their cities and their fellow veterans, they ask for nothing ever. They really don't. They'll do their own little fundraising efforts and try to get things accomplished on their own. And I'm very proud of this board for allocating the money that we did to get to this point where we've utilized all $4 million. So I see a breakdown on the use of those dollars, as Ms. Faherty isn't here. So I wanted to have her take a little victory lap of the allocation and use of those funds. But you are here, so I appreciate if you just share the process and how we're able to get to the full utilization of the dollars.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. So back last year, your board allocated the original $4 million, and we reached out to the VSOs within the county, and they came back to us with projects that they would like to complete, various capital projects and purchases that they could improve their facilities and buildings. At that point, we had about a little over $2 million in requests, and since then, the price of construction has gone up. They've identified some additional projects, and in the last year, we were able to identify projects to utilize the full $4 million.
Excellent. And just to confirm, you say the price of construction gone up. Are we delaying on behalf of the county their use of the funds? And is there any way we can expedite it so that we actually trigger the use of dollars without costs going higher? So we want those dollars to be stretched as long and far as possible.
At this point, no. Now that the full $4 million is allocated, there's no holdup on our end. So originally, it was kind of a quick timeline for these VSOs to get the bids and quotes from their construction. So some of them were kind of estimates that weren't necessarily true costs. So now that they've had time to reach out to vendors to get actual prices, that's how we came back to the board for the full allocation.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not sure if any other supervisors have anything to say, but I think it's great use of these dollars, and we truly appreciate the fact that we can help some of our veterans organizations throughout the entire county do some upgrades to their facilities. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you very much too for all your hard work, your staff put into this, and keeping in constant contact with our veteran organizations. I just want to recognize we have some folks, our veterans here from Ripon and Tracy. Thank you for both of you groups for being here today. We appreciate all you guys do and what you have done, and God bless. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Canepa.
No, I just wanted to say thank you because I appreciate that you did hold some money off for people that possibly didn't have the first round to go to get the money. So because it's great because a lot of the money doesn't go as far as these folks estimated. And I think that's a huge help to allow them to get the jobs done. Obviously, we spent a lot of time at Carl Ross Post, and the improvements there are just absolutely amazing. So it's nice that they have somewhere, that's dignified that they can do events. So thanks.
Let me ask you a question. I know Carl Ross Post, I guess they're still in need of some money for some restrooms that need remodeling. Is there any money left that we could help them with?
The restrooms is included in their funding in this allocation.
Something's on there. I think they had something else, didn't they? You talked to, do you know? I think they had.
Thank you, Chair. I know we were at Carl Ross Post recently, and the allocation they have. When's the last time we engaged with them to find out what their needs were? Because during the process, they discovered some additional.
Within the last week.
Okay, then we're good. Great. We were there a couple weeks ago.
Excellent.
They're looking for funds.
Chair, I had recommended that since that money was available, that they should come back and.
Thank you, Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Well done.
Anyone else? Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 13, General Services. Introduce and waive reading of the ordinance adding San Joaquin County Code of Ordinance, Title 6, Division 5, Chapter 1, authority to implement the Community Choice Aggregation Program in San Joaquin County. Good morning.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. The only thing I'm looking at, and through the chair, County Council, our protocol, right now we've got today a waive reading for the month of March. Next month, we have an adoption of the ordinance. That would be in April. And then the following month, I believe we have scheduled a resolution of ordinance. And it's my understanding that we can utilize the next meeting in April, 30 days from now, we can commingle the adoption of the ordinance and the resolution of the ordinance together. Is there any reason why we would delay that extra month?
It doesn't. I think we want to make sure the ordinance passes, which of course, as you know, requires 2 readings before we adopt a resolution, which is part and parcel of the plan. It wouldn't make any sense to adopt a resolution, and then if the ordinance doesn't pass, which is unlikely, if you pass it the first time, you're probably going to pass it the second time, but that's not a foregone conclusion. So therefore, generally speaking, we hold off on passing related resolutions until the ordinance that is part of the plan has had 2 readings and been adopted twice.
But so we could commingle the two. We've gone months now since this was first brought to the board. This has been an extended period of time since we see 2 rate hikes in PG&E. This is an opportunity to bring to our county an additional option for pricing as it relates to energy. And again, it's been an extensive period of time thus far. So I would suggest that we bring back, hearing from other members of the board, but I would suggest we bring back the adoption and the resolution in the April meeting. If we have any issues or concerns, we can address it at that time.
Any comment from board members?
Chairman,
Supervisor
I
Rickman?
didn't hit my button here. We can bring, when will the resolution come back? During the second reading of the ordinance? Or are you saying you read the second reading and then the following meeting after that you bring back the resolution?
I don't want to, I'll defer to Marcia on that. I can opine on the law, but go ahead.
May 21st is when the plan was to bring the resolution.
Okay.
What
so
I want to remind
real quick, the second ordinance reading, when is that? What day?
April 9th.
So why couldn't, if we put the resolution on that and put it in, I don't know, say this is 13, we put the resolution on 14, if that passes, and we could do the resolution at the same time, because we did pass the second reading of an ordinance. I don't see what the...
And the reason for that is...
I understand what the reasoning is, just in case it doesn't pass.
Well,
But
actually, there's
if
another...
it does pass...
Yeah, a ordinance is challengeable for 30 days. It doesn't go into effect for 30 days after the second reading, and during that interim, it can be challenged. So I guess out of an abundance of caution, sometimes you don't pass related resolutions until the time period to challenge it, which is 30 days, has expired.
Okay.
The overall process for this too, I'd like to remind the board. So in October, there was paperwork we filed, which allowed, they're now called AVA at that point. They were East Bay Community, to pull data. They needed 6 to 8 weeks to study our data, which put us at January 1st, which we're here now doing this. It will take them 18 to 24 months to implement this. So I just want to paint the picture of what the process is. And we're actually right on the timeline with where we started when the board first said that they wanted to move forward with this process.
All right, thank you. That's all I have. I'll yield my time, Chair. Thank you.
Anyone else? I see none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 16, Behavioral Health Services, retroactive approval of community service agreement with St. Mary's Community Services for homeless services, mental health support for the period of September 26, 2023 through June 30th, 2026 in the amount of $570,000. Supervisor Patty. 16.
Number 16. Good morning. Thank you. These are one of these things I like to hear about: the program, the plans, the implementation, and I do have a question on something that needs to be included, I believe. So maybe share a little bit about what this is new, perhaps, and what this will encompass.
So I would not say it's new. There's obviously been a transition from Stockton Shelter for the Homeless to St. Mary's Community Services, but we've had a long-standing partnership between BHS and Stockton Shelter for the Homeless. This is basically transitioning that contract to St. Mary's Community Services. It pays for certain staffing there, but Genevieve knows a lot more of the details and what we're accomplishing with it.
So with that said, yes, this is a transition of name. So this is not a new expansion of services that we are doing at St. Mary's. However, we do a variety of work with St. Mary's and homelessness across the board. So behavioral health has 12 staff that are assigned to our homeless outreach team. We actually provide services Monday through Saturday, and then we can also do Sunday if there is a call. All of our law enforcement co-responses are done on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, or when asked. We also do our street medicine with the health clinics at St. Mary's and in other locations on Wednesday and Thursdays, but we actually go to St. Mary's Shelter every single day during the week.
Understood. And looking at the services that are continued and the levels of engagement in the staff, when I did a tour there recently, there's a gentleman named Adele, who's been there 22-something years, and Adele, myself, and Pietro were talking, and Adele pointed out that there was a bunch of individuals living on the perimeter outside of the shelter and the campus, bless you. And if they only had money to get back to where they were from, they've expressed to him that they wish they could get back to where their support network might be. And that had reminded me that several years ago, we had talked about this with Behavior Health, then Director Vardam, and HSA, that said, we've got funds. We could do that. That needs to be implemented. Yes, we could do that. That's great. Yes, we're going to do it. Well, we're not doing it. So we need our team that are engaging with individuals to actually ask, Where are you from? Who could we contact that would perhaps be part of your support network? And would you like to get back to see them? Would you like to reconnect with your support network and get them that trip home? We've got Officer Mike Kelly in Manteca that's reunited 300 to 400 people by himself in Manteca. To date, I don't know of one single instance where we've done this. I don't hear of anybody saying and we've accomplished this. We've gotten 200 people back home. And maybe we have. It's a statistic I don't know. I just don't see it's a refined outreach and part of what we do. So I'd love to see this incorporated. We've got an outreach team. We're engaging instead of just asking what condition they're in or how they feel or what services they need. Let's ask them where their support network is, do that warm handoff, and it's a successful program. San Francisco, annually, about 800 to 900 people are given a one-way trip back to their support network. They're given a little bit of money for transit, and the travel is paid for. So if they're doing it around us and including in Manteca, I think it's time to stand it up and do it. We've got the people here. We've got the resources. We're engaging. Our teams are engaging, but it seems to be we're not connecting those dots. I don't know if you need extra dollars to do it. I don't know what we need to do it, but I like to see that as part of what we're highlighting and featuring is this is what we're doing with our team on the street that are going out to the shelters, engaging with those that are unsheltered and living in these really dreadful situations. Okay, so if we can get that going in the next year or next even months, we could hear a progress report of how many people we've reunited with their support network. That would be brilliant.
I know we are actually doing that here in Stockton. I just don't know if we've done a very good job highlighting our data. So we will bring that back to you.
Excellent. As Director Woods coming on down. Thank you. Glad you're here, sir.
Patty through the chair. Oh, there it goes. We do have a return to residency program through General Assistance. It's administered by the Human Services Agency. That is a county-funded program, and we do return individuals to their residence, just like you're suggesting, perhaps not to the number that we'd like to see, and we can continue to expand our outreach. We've been talking with the homeless network, the providers in the community to expand that effort, and what we do is, we don't want to send individuals somewhere where they don't have support and just put them, put that burden on another community.
Correct.
So there is a vetting process, and I think you'd expect that vetting process to occur. We usually connect with wherever they're going to go, ensure they either have a bona fide job offer or family or some sort of network to support them when they do get there. So we do have that, and we are working on expanding that effort, and we'll continue to do that with behavioral health services.
Excellent. I appreciate that. And as we're getting these campuses more refined and the services coming in and being embedded, it was just interesting that Petra had no idea that Adele had talked to those individuals, and they're all expressing that desire to get back to where they came from. So right then and there was a aha moment that we are offering this, and we need to make sure that there's follow through so that some of these gaps are being filled. And our vice chair and myself and this entire board are very interested in that metrics of what are we accomplishing, how are we gaining ground, and getting people back to the support network where there's oftentimes a loving, supportive family that wants that relative back into their home. So appreciate the efforts and the expansion. I just saw this in partnership going, and Petra was in need of that element. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
I believe that no more questions from the board. I thank you for your help in coming down. Okay, that's the end of the consent calendar. Anyone would like to make a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. A vote, please. And the consent calendar closes 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to discussion items. Item number 1, approve the use of $15,000 from Supervisor District 2 funds for the Stockton Takes Action Against Retail Theft. Supervisor Canova.
Are we missing? Skipping closed session?
We already went to closed session.
What's that?
We already went to closed session. We already went to closed session.
There's a different one on there.
Well, it says closed session.
Yeah, later. Yeah. Paul, did you want to?
Yes, Frank, come on up, Frank. So this is the use of my funds for. Retail theft has been kind of just out of control. So the chamber and Frank have reached out, and so we went to a presentation last Friday at the chamber offices, and I think this is a tool because I don't think retail theft is being reported correctly. And so the chamber stepped up and we had a presentation through an app. And so I agreed with Frank that I could help fund the app and try it for a small cohort. It was CSA, and it just made reporting so much more easy, and you could timestamp it, and the services that they provided were just absolutely amazing. So Frank, if you could speak to it, because obviously you know it a little bit better than I do, but it sold me on it because I think it's just out of control. And I understand that businesses, are keep throwing their hands up. We see gates now at all the grocery stores, and people are just getting fed up because it affects the costs of our goods and services that we are buying because the costs increase. So it's just a trickle down, and there's not much consequences because I think it's $900 and something is the cost of a felony. So nobody's really picking up the prosecution of these petty theft crimes, which is not petty because groceries are very, very expensive nowadays. So if you could speak to it and kind of touch what the intent of and how it's going to work. And I think this use would be a good use of funds because if we piloted this and it goes directly to the dispatch at the Stockton PD or the Sheriff's Department, which we'd have to roll out later because it was the joint jurisdiction part was hard to understand. But my district is basically Harding Way to 8 Mile Road to West Lane to I-5. And there's a lot of retail, obviously, theft that occurs. So have at it.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Paul. I'm glad to be here today. The Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce started a program called Stockton Takes Action Against Retail Theft. It's out of control. It's an epidemic. We do not want to be in Alameda County or San Francisco, the city of San Francisco, and what's happening over there on a daily basis. We see it all over the news. I attended the Assembly Select Committee on Retail Theft down in West Hollywood. I just happened to be down in that area, so I attended that and I gave some remarks. It is hugely it's detrimental to our community. And so the chamber said, we attended all these business watch programs and, basically just hearing all the agony that's in the business community right now. So we decided to do something about it. So we started a program where it's going to be several components to it. One is educational workshops, outreach to the business community, teaching them how to be a good witness, how to be, how to position your merchandise, whatever it takes to mitigate the retail theft at their place of business. The Targets, the CVS's, the Walgreens, you've seen them all over TV. They have inventory. They can resupply their shelves, but it's the mom and pop operations out there that are hurting. What comes off their shelves is their kids' college fund. Whatever, it puts them out of business. And we also had a presentation on the insurance costs of retail theft and how retailers are not reporting because they may get canceled. Their insurance may get canceled. They get canceled. They can't get a business license. No business license, no business. So we decided we're going to do some workshops. We're going to do some PSAs. I really blitzed our social media platforms on how you can be a better retailer out there and mitigate the retail theft. We are, as Supervisor Canepa just mentioned, we're looking at putting an app together. We had a presentation from a company out of Boston, Massachusetts, that came out to the chamber to present an app. Everyone in this room, about 95% of everyone, we all have cell phones, right? We have iPhones or Androids. We're all potential witnesses to a crime. It's $950. That's through Prop 47 is the felony or misdemeanor. So we decided, well, what is the easiest thing to do after you Snapchat your kids on your cell phones, right? But to be a witness, be a good witness, upload videos, upload photos, and do a report that's already pre-registered. You know, when you download the app with your name and all that stuff, it takes like 45 seconds to report a crime, instead of going to the desktop, pulling up the website, doing a 25-minute report, right? And all the while your shelves are torn apart. So we had an opportunity to discuss with the supervisor to what we need to make this happen in our community. We're very proactive. We don't want to be reactive. We want to be proactive out there. We want to do everything we can and possible, because it's our members. It's the members of the chamber and the greater business community that are hurting every day out there. And you mentioned, you're probably we're talking about Safeway, about the little the new designs. How do you get out of the store? It's very, very difficult, and it's sad. It's really sad out there. So we want to partner with the county. We want to partner with the city. We want to partner with the DA's office to do what we need to do in order to secure our businesses out there. Because bottom line, it impacts your tax base, right? Just adding up, some numbers. It's about like $78 million in San Joaquin County.
Could I ask, please, what's the use of the dollars? Actually, what are we going to use the money for?
For the app. So
what
I mean,
is it? What is it?
Put it towards the app.
What's the app? Please just explain that. And I think we're
it's
good.
like on your cell phone. You have apps. You download an app. Then the app that was presented is, and where I got the idea was from the BART Watch. BART Watch has an app. You're on a train and you see something. You take a picture, whatever it is, boom, boom, and it goes right to their dispatch, and so they can proactively address it. We just think it's very, very important to have witnesses. Well, when I first came back, I spent 16 months in Hayward. I ran in the Hayward Chamber, and I went, this is crazy. That businesses are. Encountering what's going on. So I came up with the kind of the app idea to do it. I researched a company called Alerts out of Boston, and they, basically they did BART Watch, and they're willing to come out and make a presentation to you as well if you'd like to see it. The app is it costs about $88,000. So we're out in the fundraising mode right now with annually to have the app, and it's be integrated with what all the PDs are doing in the SO.
Excellent. I think it's a great idea. I would make a motion to approve.
Okay. So just real quick, I mean, so it's amazing. So it actually picks up like keywords. So, and then if you don't have a cell phone, you can call and it translates it into text. So if somebody doesn't have a phone, it actually, you can call the number and it translated text and voice messages. And then it also, one of the cool features was that it had overlay and it tells where the cameras are at. So if there is a crime, instead of the police having to go find it out, they have a database which shows cameras in which area would be helpful for investigation. So, I mean, there was just tons of cool features. And that's what originally was $15,000, and then it kind of went up. And I said I agreed to $15,000, so he's on his own for the other part of it. So, but I think it's a great public use to help combat retail thefts.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Supervisor Canepa, for bringing this forward, and thank you for being here and being part of the chamber, sticking up for the businesses. You're absolutely right. The small businesses are the backbone of our community and our economic engine in this county, pretty much in the United States. And you're also right, this is an epidemic, and we all see it on the news. In fact, I have a buddy of mine who owns a 7-Eleven. He said he loses about $1,000 a day on just people walking in, taking stuff and leaving, and then nothing that they can do. So any tool that we can use for our businesses to help them, be good witnesses, as we used to say, and to be able to identify these folks. Because I know I just talked to our DA from Ron Freitas, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, and he was talking about a prosecution of a case of a serial theft suspect or individual, I guess you could say. And, he's going to be getting several years in, state time because of that. So it's nice that we do have a district attorney, unlike what you see in Alameda County, is willing to uphold the law and, protect our small businesses. But at the end of the day, why are we here? It's Prop 47. And Prop 47, created this mess. The state created this mess. And again, the local jurisdictions are the one, and our small businesses are the one that has to handle it. So, in short, thank you I think it's a very good use of your money. Or you can do whatever you want with your money, but I think this is, going to be hopefully very impactful. So thank you both.
Yeah, it's a great program, and good job, Paul. Anything else? Motion? Did you want to comment, Supervisor Ding? You're good?
Public comment?
Yeah, just sing happy birthday to his 1-year-old.
Thank you for allowing me to leave, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I had to do a Zoom happy birthday call to my 1-year-old, or not mine, my grandson. I missed the whole discussion, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Okay.
I'll say thank you because I know between the two of you, you're doing something good.
Okay. At this time, we're going to have public comment. Anyone else like to comment on this item? I will see none. I close public comment. Do you want one last comment?
Just one last, extended invitation for our next meeting. It's going to be on Friday, April 5th at noon at the Chamber of Commerce. We have the Assembly Select Committee on Retail Theft Vice Chair Juan Alanis is going to be there. He's a Stanislaus County Assembly member, but he's Vice Chair of this committee. He's going to bring us all up to date on what's happening on the state side, with the referendum that's going on right now, and what they're doing to mitigate the Prop 47 and the impacts that has on our community as well. So
wonderful. We have a motion here, and there's a second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. A vote, please.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Frank.
Have a good day.
And the motion passes. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Welcome back. Glad you're here.
Yeah. Moving on to item number 2, District 2, approve the use of $5,000 from Supervisor District 2 funds for ACE programs, acute childhood events for Gospel Center Rescue Mission. Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you. Someone's sabotaging me to make sure that I read my own one. There's a couple typos on page 804, so I brought it up, and there's another dollar amount that are on there. So this is basically just since my tenure up here and before I got on here at the city council, homelessness and the unhoused population has been something that's really difficult to deal with. And Gospel Center does an amazing job of reaching out to youth and folks that have drug and alcohol addictions. And they had asked for some money to do the youth programming. So I'm just trying to figure out how this money can best be used. And I think it's things like this where they take their money and parlay it to help people in the community. Getting driver's license is taking them to where they need to be. The effectiveness of their program is just absolutely amazing. And I know we all support Gospel and the work that they do. So this was just an ask for them, and the work that they do is absolutely amazing. So questions, comments?
Wonderful. Any other supervisor like to comment? I see none. I'm going to open public comment. Anyone else like to comment on this item? I see none. I'm going to close public comment. And at this time, is there a motion?
Motion approved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. A vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Congratulations. Moving on to item number 3, District 4. Receive a presentation from Stockton East Water District on their 2002 general election shared cost. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had originally put this on the agenda, and I think we're going to have a presentation from Stockton East as well. I don't know what world I'm living in, but I kind of assume that when we pay our taxes, that every single government entity is paid for, and that's why you pay your taxes, and Gina could probably attest to this in row 2. When you buy a restaurant, you kind of assume when health inspectors and everybody else comes in, that's part of the county, you don't expect to get a bill. Every time you turn around, there's a bill and there's a bill and there's a bill. But the one thing that I literally thought was protected was that when we had elections, that these costs were incurred by the state and the county. I had no idea until a while ago, till the districts shared in the funding. And so when I saw some of these amounts that are being charged to special districts, the reason I brought it up was not to say this is right or wrong. It's just Stockton East, for example, there was a bill sitting there it was $500,000 that the district had to pay, along with all the fire districts. And it was something that just kind of blindsided me. So I wanted to put it on the agenda because, one, I wanted the public to understand this, and I wanted our board. I've had a discussion or two with a couple of the members. Every time we increase spending at the elections office because we want to buy, another 10 drop boxes that the state doesn't demand we have, or we want to do pretty signs or what have you. That money is distributed to all these special districts. So when you hear people screaming about spending money, you have to understand that we're not cutting the check, the whole check. These special districts are sharing in the burden of this. In the midst of this, there was some accounting disagreements between Stockton East and the county, and we went through. The chairman was kind enough to host a meeting last week on my agenda item to help straighten this out, and I appreciate that, along with our county administrator and the elections office. And then we met again yesterday. So I think we've got a compromise and a way to move forward. But I think the best way to do this, we'll start with Stockton East has a presentation to make. And then I guess we'll call Olivia Hale, the Register of Voters, and then Jake can participate in this as well, of what we have in mind.
Please come forward, Stockton East.
You have 40 seconds.
Hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for entertaining Stockton East Water District today. I'm here on behalf of the Board of Directors of Stockton East to discuss our 2022 general election costs. I'm not sure if you're all able to see the presentation on your screens. So for a brief background, Stockton East requested general election services from the Registrar of Voters for the 2022 general election. Per the California Elections Code, Section 10517, if the district is in a specific county and that county offers election services, then the county will conduct the election for that district. Subsequent to the general election ballots being sent out and prior to the general election vote, some of the Stockton East directors recognized an error on our ballots. The ballots that were sent out for the general election were sent out for a by division voting method. With by division, only the voters within the division that's contested participate in the election. Instead, Stockton East is supposed to be a from division voting method. We have some special legislation that defines all voters in the district vote on all contests. We brought this to the attention of the Registrar of Voters, who was very quick to address the issue and provide a supplemental ballot. At that time, the understanding was that the Registrar of Voters would cover the cost for providing the supplemental election. So the initial matter of the election, it started as a result of Stockton East devoting extra attention to our election costs. Since we knew there was an error on the ballot, and we had witnessed an increase in election costs from 2014 to 2018, we really wanted to examine the 2022 charges. Through that examination and from some information provided through the Registrar of Voters Office, We identified what we are calling an anomaly. The Stockton East cost for the general election was a little over $511,000, and that was for an election that was only, or for ballots that were only sent out to 2 of our 7 divisions. The amount that was taken up by the registrar of voters for the supplemental cost of the election was little under $327,000, and that was to provide ballots to 7 of 7 divisions, and that didn't seem to add up to us. Through some further investigation of the election code, section 10520 says that each district that's involved in the election shall reimburse the county the actual cost of the county conducting that election. So to understand the actual cost, the district started an investigation of its own, working with the registrar of voters to understand the process to develop these costs. We determined that the first step in that process is identifying direct costs. These, as we subsequently became more understanding, were the sample ballots and the voter information pamphlets. Our direct costs were relatively minimal, a little over $6,000. The second step of the process was to divide the indirect costs. And this division is between the county and all the other organizations participating in the election. In 2022, there were 32 county ballot items, and there were 42 other ballot items belonging to special districts, school districts, and cities. During this process or this step, the county costs were determined to be a little over $1.75 million, and others' costs were a little over $2.3 million. The final step of the process is to allocate the indirect costs to all of the local agencies. There's a change in methodology here. The registrar of voters uses a total aggregate voter calculation, and the table on the right identifies the number of registered voters that receive ballots in each of those local agencies. Totaled up, that is a little over 820,000 aggregate voters, with a little over 180,000 being in the Stockton East contest. So Stockton East indirect cost was a proportional share of registered voters to aggregate voters, which is just shy of 505,000. When added with the direct cost, our total was a little over 511,000. So going back to the actual cost language in the election code, we took the extra step of looking at the 2-step process independently to try and understand why there is a 2-step process and not a single-step process. Let me rephrase that. Why there's a 3-step process instead of a 2-step process. So looking at step 2 independently, which would just be allocation of costs using ballot items, there would be no change to the county costs, but a significant decrease to the Stockton East cost. We'd be paying for 2/74 of the election cost. Unfortunately, this would have a corresponding increase to all the other special districts, school districts, and cities. And we determined this is a rather inequitable approach, especially because some districts only have 217 registered voters. Some of the county's ballot items go out to 385,000 registered voters. And when you break that down to a cost per voter, there's a discrepancy. So next we looked at applying the last step independently. This was the aggregate voter methodology with 385,679 voters in the county. If you apply that to the number of individuals that received each ballot item, we are estimating that the county ballot items included all those voters 23.4 times, which would have an aggregate amount of just over 9 million. All the other ballot items had an aggregate voter count of just under 1.1 million, and this would result in a total aggregate of 10.1 million. If you divide the election costs by the 10.1 million and then reassess that to each district or city or the county by voter, you end up with a fixed per voter cost. So what are we here asking for today? Stockton East is requesting the Board of Directors consider recalculating Stockton East's actual costs for the 2022 general election and consider adopting a more equitable cost allocation methodology. So, again,
thank you. So to put that in English, they have 180,000 voters within Stockton East Water District.
Yes.
And it would, since there was a two-district election, it was just the voters. So in other words, we're looking at actual costs of 180,000, but just for the two districts, because the 180,000, is that all 7 districts, or is that just 2?
That's all 7.
That's all 7. And so that's where the discrepancy comes in. So we've taken a look at this election. So Olivia, if or whoever okay.
Good morning.
Go ahead, Olivia.
Do you want us to explain so the methodology that we utilize has been used for about a decade, and it was also vetted by a outside MBS is the firm that vetted our billing methodology process and said that it was up to industry standards and that there was no issue with it. That was in 2017, so it doesn't mean that maybe a look at that needs to happen again, but that's what this is based off of. So this methodology wasn't just something pulled out of a hat. It's something that we've been using for over a decade to accomplish. So just
so basically, I guess what I want to get right down to, it's kind of like math and new math. So this thing's like new math. I don't like new math. The allocations, if we want to go over what we were looking at, would be equitable. And a good point is, here's what I want to resolve today. I want to resolve the past bill that's sitting on their desk in dispute of $511,000. And then what moving forward, the new process that we had discussed. Who would be best to address that?
I'll take that question, Supervisor Ding. So if I could kind of put an umbrella over it, in Stockton East's main concern from what we heard last week and a half when we talked to them was that the methodologies were inconsistent between the steps. What they're saying is if you saw in Justin's synopsis, we're using the ballots as the proportionate, or the, what do you want to call it, the allocation methodology when it comes to county and non-county organizations. And then once we've divvied off the non-county organizations, which are the cities and the other jurisdictions, then we're using aggregate voter. We have very few records on the establishment of that, but from what we can tell, the reasoning behind that was because the county has a lot of efficiencies internal to it, that if you were to go and run it out by aggregate voter, it wouldn't be taking into the account the fact that we do multiple things at the same time, and there's a lot of redundancy in there. When we separate things out among the jurisdictions, they become onesie-twosie, and therefore aggregate voter was a more appropriate way to proportion that out. And that, I believe, when NBS came in, and by the way, NBS is the allocation methodology consultants that we use for our county's cost allocation methodology for hundreds of millions of dollars. And as you saw when I brought to your board in the last year a couple of the property tax shares, they were the ones who did the analysis on that as well. So they are a reputable firm. And what I would suggest we do.
I don't like my property taxes either, but go
I
ahead.
agree with your suggestion. I believe that Stockton East has some questions about, well, initially you only did the 2 districts when you did the by division, and then you came back around and for $380,000 or whatever that we absorbed, we did the from division, which is what they had wanted in the first place. And so what we would be willing to do is work with them to maybe take a look, and I believe Mr. Manzo has already calculated some numbers on this, only charge them for the 2 by division items that we had done in the first place, which I think would pretty much cut their bill in half.
Close to, not quite.
Okay.
Yes.
And then for the 2024 election and going forward, because Stockton East does not live in a vacuum, this would affect every other district as well as the county itself. We take a look at the allocation methodology and see if we can't come up with a better and more consistent pattern that we all understand and we could communicate to this board before we do our next allocation for this year's elections.
I appreciate that. That sound equitable?
Yeah.
Great. So is this something we want to bring forward in a motion at next meeting, or do we, or is there a dollar? Well, I take it you're going to have to bring it back to your board anyway.
That's correct.
Okay. So we're going to move this, discussion into an action item for our next board meeting.
Okay. We do have some other supervisors who'd like to comment. Supervisor Canova?
I just have one question. So how would it be better for you guys to change the bylaws and just go to district for each person that's involved? I mean, so that the person is only involved, and I don't know why somebody hasn't questioned that in your guys' elections code, because usually fair and equitable means that the person running represents whatever district. So can you explain that to me?
Yes. So, most districts are by division to represent the current election code's methodology. But when Stockton East was modified to incorporate the greater Stockton metropolitan planning area in the 70s, that required some special legislation to do that. In that legislation, there are 7 defined divisions so that we have 3 representatives from the M&I portion of our district, 3 from the agricultural portion of our district, and 1 that shares both, so that we don't have a lopsided board of directors. And so it is defined in special legislation.
Oh, so it's 3. Okay, so they're not all at large. So there's different people representing different.
Yes, there are divisions.
Backgrounds.
Yes, there are seven divisions that make up the entire district.
Okay.
But all the voters within the district vote on each of the divisions.
So they're at large positions, but they're specific to certain criteria that was mandated when?
In the early 70s. I don't remember the actual date.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I see no one else who'd like to speak. At this time, I'll go to public comment. Anyone else who'd like to comment on this item? I see none. Close public comment. So, Supervisor Dinks, my understanding, you'd like to table this and bring it back to our next board meeting?
Absolutely, and then direct staff to work on language for an action item. Okay. Thank you to everybody who participated.
Okay, do we need a motion, County Council, for this, or just table it?
If Supervisor Ding would like to make a motion directing staff to work on a negotiated settlement and bring that back to the board, that would be a good approach.
Okay.
That language sounds phenomenal.
Okay, we have a motion. Was there a second?
Chair,
yes,
I did have a question. So just to clarify, the next board meeting will be to discuss Stockton East Water's bill and what we've come forward with. We're going to need more time than just next board meeting to look at our billing methodology and all of that going forward. So I just want to be clear that they're 2 separate. Is that?
Yes. So we're going to address the outstanding bill.
Perfect.
In the next board meeting. And then take direction on which methodology we're going to use. We won't have the final numbers, obviously, in 2 weeks, but we'll have guidance. Is what I want to do is discuss guidance at the next, which way we're moving forward versus aggregate voters versus.
Okay, so that'll give us more time as a department to look into whatever's asked. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we do have a motion. Is there a second on the floor? Second. We have a first and a second vote, please. Okay, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 4, the CAO's office received informational presentation on Lodi Energy Center Hydrogen Project. County Administrator Wolverine.
Thank you, Chair. And about 2 months ago, the city of Lodi, the interim city manager, Andrew Keys, had asked me if he could come and make a presentation to our board on the hydrogen hub project that they are working on in Lodi. He wanted to be able to just share the information of where they are headed, and also brought with him from the Lodi Energy Center their plant manager, Rafael Santana. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Keys.
Sir, you have, okay, just for the record, you have 10 minutes. Is that okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Villapadua, and then members of the board. Andrew Keys, Interim City Manager with the City of Lodi, here to present on our Hydrogen Hub project. I believe there's a presentation that'll be popping up here. I brought with me our Economic Development Director, first Economic Development Director from the City of Lodi. We are open for business. This is Luis Aguilar. We have our Public Works Director, Charlie Swimley. We have Kevin Pease from PG&E, Jeff Berkheimer, our Electric Utility Director, and Rafael Santana, our Plant Manager, if you have any questions. The Lodi Hydrogen Hub, is the presentation loading? Or? Oh, there we go. The location of the Hydrogen Hub is at the Lodi Energy Center, which is west of I-5 in the White Slough area, which is kind of an island within the county that is incorporated territory of Lodi. It is currently a natural gas facility, largest natural gas facility in the county, and so it is a polluting asset. You're all very familiar with state regulations, which are trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we have an opportunity through converting that plant using all existing technologies, just packaging them at a scale that's not been seen, to reduce those emissions and do so in a way that actually creates value for all of the solar assets that are deployed on residences and businesses, not only within the county, but really throughout the state, that currently are unable to run at 100% capacity. Not to get too much into the weeds, but the demand curve for energy doesn't match the production curve for the solar assets that we're required to deploy. So you don't get dollar for dollar value when you put solar out there now, even though you're required to. This plant has the ability to create that value for those assets. Give a minute to pull the rest of the presentation up so I can follow along with that. All right, I hit some of the highlights there, but I believe we go here. All right, so we'll go through some of the location benefits, the proposed project, and then why now. I kind of covered some of those items here. Quick map, as I said, it's the White Slough area. You'll see that's the trapezoid shape in the center there, straddling I-5. It's an agricultural setting. This is one of the main advantages. It's 1,000 acres. It's really outside city limits. There's not much development in the area. It has proximity to key infrastructure. So we don't have any infrastructure that we need to install other than the electrolyzers themselves. We have the Western States 230 kV power lines, which all that solar that's currently turned off can move on there now without any upgrades. The Lodi Energy Center, which is the existing gas power plant, is already there. It's already capable of burning 45% hydrogen today. We have Siemens Energy as a partner, which will have 100% capable hydrogen turbine by 2028. I-5, State Route 12, State Route 99, all are proximate to the project. So freeway, transit, and rail all has the potential to benefit from excess hydrogen that's produced on this site. You'll see a quick project map here. The west side of I-5, the purple shape in the middle there, that's our wastewater treatment facility. The small blue trapezoid there in the southwest corner is the Lodi Energy Center, where the gas power plant currently is. And up above the blue to the north there is where we would be putting the electrolyzers to produce the hydrogen. So essentially what we would do is take the waste product from our wastewater, the treated wastewater, move it up there, electrolyze it, using that green energy with no emissions, create the hydrogen, store it on site essentially as a battery. So when the solar stops producing later on in the day, we can turn the power plant back on, burn that clean fuel, and power up to 100,000 homes, which is what it currently can do. East of I-5, the yellow shape there is a proposed PG&E facility, which this month they applied to the CPUC for a permit for research and development. They have billions of dollars of assets deployed statewide for natural gas transmission to your homes and businesses, and where they will be testing different blends of hydrogen using that existing infrastructure, because hydrogen behaves different than natural gas. It necessitates that kind of training, our research and development facility there. We went through a lot of these: climate change, reducing emissions. This is innovative net zero energy solutions, realize emission reduction targets, job creation and retention. We really have the opportunity to be at the forefront of a hydrogen conversion in the county. That's why we have our economic development team on board, creating job training programs around hydrogen, around transportation of hydrogen, safety around hydrogen. The federal government has a lot of funding for this. We applied through a program called ARCHES, which are through the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, with a group of other entities in California through a program that was created called ARCHES. We were one of the larger projects in there and received at least $50 million of funding to kickstart this. We went over a lot of these benefits here already. Jobs within the community, health benefits from emissions reductions as well. And then with that, I'll turn it over to NCPA. Raphael will present a little bit about NCPA, which is a Joint Powers Authority the city's involved in at the site.
Anybody up here, because I mean, we're all very familiar with, the whole process and the benefits and everything else. And I know Chairman Rickman and the Fifth, they're talking about a new site as well. What I really want to get to the nuts and bolts of is, what's on the ground right now, conversion, and why, this should be a number one project to work at, because we're ready to go and convert. Number two, that it's on our COG list of projects when we go back to DC, for funding.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and Board. Currently, we're waiting on ARCHES for the state as part of the Department of Energy for the grant that we'll be receiving for this facility. And currently, that's what we're waiting on to see how much funding we're going to get for this facility. So we've done a lot of the research, engineering, and study for the facility. We are shovel ready. And as soon as we receive that grant funding, then we can start basically ordering the equipment and start breaking ground on the facility.
Time frame on that was 2 years?
It's about two, depending on the transformers and other equipment from the manufacturers, but we're looking at sometime in 2027 or early 2028.
Okay, thank you. And just for tickles and giggles, Jeff, explain how many houses can be powered as opposed to one of those high-powered electrical chargers that power a car.
Oh, yeah. So the discussion around vehicle electrification, I had shared with Supervisor Ding that here at the city of Lodi, we had 3 project proposals for the equivalent of about 30 parking spaces with DC fast charging, and that 4.5 megawatts for 30 parking spaces is about 900 homes. And the electric utilities having to really look at the trade-off between limited capacity and where do you want to earmark that capacity for.
I mean, that was stunning to me when I heard. So, you charge your little car so you can go get stuck in a snowstorm. We could power 600 homes with the same amount of electricity. So the more we invent, the more we have get bright, the more screwed we're going to be, down the road. Anyway.
Supervisor saying, if I could just add to what Raphael was saying, what's unique about the Lodi Energy Center site is that we actually replaced this 300 megawatt natural gas turbine when we had a failure back in 2020. The new turbine is already specified to be capable of blending up to a 45% blend of hydrogen now. So that's the single largest component that typically has the biggest lead time and is probably the most expensive. We do have over 1,000 acres of city-owned land adjacent to the site, which is what you need for building out the storage and the electrolyzer. And we do have a available supply of reclaimed and conditioned water, renewable, as a source for the electrolyzer. So we really feel like the land, the transmission, the generation, everything being co-located has a lot of advantages for the site.
And then the last question, and again, one of the benefits of the site is we're ready to go conversion. If we were going to try to build a ground up plant somewhere else, we're looking at 10 to 12 years as opposed to 2?
It's really finding a location that's already zoned appropriately. There's probably years of environmental review, engineering analysis, being able to ensure you have transmission access to draw the power in for the electrolyzer, that you can appropriately site it. One of the most economical ways to transport hydrogen out to these other sectors is via rail. You do have rail connections closely located to the Lodi Energy Center. And we also have a lot of community partners that have already reached out interested in the project. We have regional transit, we have San Joaquin Rail, we have the Waste Management District. The local school districts are looking at potentially going to hydrogen for their school buses. The city fleets themselves, the Port of Oakland, the Port of Stockton, we've had a lot of really encouraging conversations for industry that wants to support it.
Thank you. Okay, we have some questions from Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question. Now, if I understand correctly, you guys were able to capture some funding after a visit back to Washington, D.C. That's what I'd love to hear about. So it was a successful trip. You guys went back to D.C. I believe it's Lodi and Los Angeles were given the 2 grants, maybe for the state of California or nationwide. It's kudos to you guys for going there, knocking on the doors. How'd you get those doors and the appointments set up? Because we don't even have any such opportunities here.
Yeah, great question. We have a lot of, I guess you could say, well-connected public officials who have fostered these relationships with our congressional representatives. NCPA has done a phenomenal job through lobbying efforts over the years. And it's really just been, going back, meeting with our representatives, explaining the benefits that this could have, not only regionally, but statewide and federally. This really is a technology that advances decarbonization, conversion of the transportation sector to clean fuels. I think we checked enough boxes that you had a broad level of support.
Are you aware of any other efforts throughout San Joaquin County, maybe the Port of Stockton? Is there anybody that's pursuing this? I think it's fantastic, and kudos to you guys for doing this.
Yeah, so within the Arches proposal, the Lodi Energy Center was one of the few large Tier 1 initiatives. It's the main project for Northern California, but there are other subsectors. Raphael, I don't know if you want to talk about it, but there are smaller hydrogen projects focused on transportation, focused on manufacturing. We like our project because we can check all of those boxes. It's power supply, it's transportation, it's rail, it's, all of these other industries can play a part in this.
Excellent. Thank you. Well done.
I just have a question. So right now you're using natural gas for half. Can you explain this? So what happens to the natural gas when you're talking about transitioning fully?
Yes,
right,
at first the
power.
facility can burn up to 45% hydrogen by volume. What that means is the natural gas will not go away immediately. So it'll be a blend of the 2 fuels being burned in the combustion turbine. So as we develop the project further, then we'll be able to, basically burn 100% of the hydrogen in our turbine. But the initial commissioning and design is for only 45% by volume.
And so that same piece of equipment will be 100% or no? Once it mixes.
Yes, the initial is 45%. So we'll blend it with natural gas. So that 45% will be blended. And then in the future, around 2028, the manufacturer, which is Siemens Energy, is currently working on the new design of the brand new combustion system to be able to take the 100% hydrogen. Because the hydrogen is a very different fuel than natural gas. And it burns much hotter. So the components need to be redesigned and actually adapted to burn the actual 100% hydrogen. And that's our holdup right now. But the design of the turbine can do 45%.
Okay. And then, so one other question. So the 1,000 acres will be used for what? I mean, basically storage. I mean, is that the intent? And then PG&E's investment across the way. What is that investment going to mean for the community, and how will that help? Sorry, that's like 3 questions. I apologize. Thank you.
Yeah, so for PG&E's portion, we've been asked by the CPUC to demonstrate blending of hydrogen into existing natural gas pipelines. We see an issue. The Lodi project is perfect because you have production and demand of hydrogen co-located, but in other scenarios, there would be production of hydrogen separated from the demand by some distance, and we can see economic use of the existing assets in transporting that hydrogen through the existing pipeline. So the the concept of the project is to get operational data and technical data required to safely blend hydrogen into the existing natural gas system.
And were you guys on permits for that side? So basically, you're going to be studying how this is going to work to more efficiently do it in the future.
Correct. Yes, we just submitted our application in partnership with the other 3 gas utilities in the state to the CPUC. March 1st, that was filed. Public comment is available now, and the other 3 projects are focusing on distribution pressure, so that's lower pressure and studying end uses and compatibility with plastic materials. The PG&E project is specific to higher pressure, transmission pressures, metallic components, and will cover all aspects of the gas transmission system, all components that we find, making sure that it would be compatible with hydrogen blending. And this is not new. This has been done elsewhere in the world. The Hawaii gas system already has 15% hydrogen, and Europe is moving forward with hydrogen blending projects as well as a way to decarbonize the existing natural gas system that supports power generation, as we see in Lodi and elsewhere.
Okay, and what do you know what your guys' investment in that little site will be?
Our application to the CPUC is for less than $100 million of investment, and I believe it's about $93 million.
Perfect. Thank you. Very excited.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, this hydrogen center is going to be used for transit. And I know you're talking about powering homes and so on, but for vehicles and so on in the future.
If I may, before I answer that, I just wanted to clarify one point. Only about 250 acres of the 1,000 at the White Slough will be used for this combined. So the rest of it still has ag uses that will exist. The question related to transportation, there's a dedicated component of the initial production of hydrogen that will be used for various transportation uses. We are still determining how much that would be and what it could be used for. Port of Oakland is a member of NCPA. Port of Oakland will be an off-taker of some of the initial hydrogen production.
All right, thank you. That's the only question I had. Just a comment is, Supervisor Ding is correct. This project is one of the 9 projects we're bringing back to Washington, D.C. as part of our One Voice and the Council of Governments. I think it's a great project. And again, Supervisor Ding mentioned, I sit on the Air Resource Board also. And you're seeing from the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, bringing more stringent emissions regulations here in the Valley, and we are the most regulated or emission regulated, or we have more regulations in the Valley than any place in the United States. And, it can, dealing with EPA and CARB, and, they're always moving the goalpost and making these regulations even stricter and more stringent. Facilities like this is absolutely needed in order for we can meet the federal and state standards, so we don't lose funding in some other parts. And you also, the reason I asked for the transit side of it is I know in Tracy they dedicated 200 acres for a hydrogen production facility, for the Valley Link Light Rail, but also if you look at the technologies, EV versus hydrogen, and I've been in conferences with EPA and PUC and CARB, and at least in our board, hydrogen seems to be the wave of the future, not EV. And we all know you can only go so far with electric vehicles, and you have to charge. You have to sit there for an hour. With hydrogen, once we get the infrastructure set up, that you're not going to have these delays. So one thing I would love to see is more type of these facilities, not just here in San Joaquin County or the Valley, but in California in general. So I think it's a great project, man. And I know the Lodi mayor, she speaks highly of this project, and Lodi doing a good job. So congratulations. Keep up the good work.
Great. Any more comment?
We have some renderings if you'd like to see. Otherwise,
I'll give you 5 minutes. If that's okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Give him a few minutes. 5 minutes.
show you the renderings of what the facility looks like.
Okay.
It's a 60 megawatt for the whole facility with all three electrolyzers. And it's going to produce 24,000 tons per day capability. And the investment will be around $225 million for this expansion of this facility. Hopefully that will reduce a little bit of out-of-pocket with the DOE funding for the grant funding that we're receiving. We're still negotiating with them what that cost is going to be. So for reduced carbon, basically like burning the hydrogen, 45% hydrogen capable, like I mentioned earlier. And for the port activities, they're ordering a lot of Class 8 trucks and a lot of forklifts that are going to be hydrogen powered that will be supplying that aspect for the transportation sector. And then also for fuel delivery of buses for the city of Lodi and other stuff we've been in conversation with. So the project is shovel ready. This will support the reliability and grid for the integration of renewables, so that's wind and solar. And we definitely have a very strong local community, and we appreciate that. And it's also central to a major transit corridor. So here's where the facility is kind of located. It's kind of hard to see there where the little drop of water is. That's where the City of Lodi White Slough Water Treatment Facility is. Where the H is, that's where our facility is, the new facility for the hydrogen is going to be. And to the west of that is the Port of Oakland. And then that yellow line you see there to the east, that's the actual rail that goes through the City of Lodi. And then we're close to the Capitol. And there's also a very large gas station there, Flying J, that hopefully in the future that will be able to distribute some of the hydrogen to the transportation sector. So here's kind of an overview of what the facility will look like, where it's going to be developed. The initial process will be 3 electrolyzers. That will equals 60 megawatts for the facility, producing 24,000 tons per day of hydrogen. So here's kind of like a up close, so the way it's going to look. So the top of the photo, that's all the storage that will be for the hydrogen. The 3 square boxes in the middle is for the cooling or the compression of the hydrogen, and the electrolyzers will be on the lower building that you see there in the rendering. And then sort of a rendering showing the actual trucks coming in, and then for filling for hydrogen, that's going to be third party. That will not be by NCPA. And this is what's going to supply for the Port of Oakland and transportation sector. And then these are the participants that we're currently working with for the Lodi Energy Center. And then all of our partners that we have for City of Lodi, Modesto Irrigation, Lompoc, that make up all the Lodi Energy Center partners.
Great. Great through the presentation. Supervisor Canepa.
I just have one follow-up question. So when we were at the Port of Oakland tour, we saw there was the plant there so your hydrogen will be made here and shipped there for use in their dispensary that was on that little island part?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you for the presentation. Hold on a second. We public comment. Maybe we'd like to open public comment. I see none. I'll close public comment, and thank you for that presentation. There's no action required, so we'll see you next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Moving on to action item number 5, CAO's office, accept fiscal year 2023-2024 midyear budget report, authorized budget appreciation increases of 3.41465, and approve related budget adjustments. Good morning. Good afternoon, I should say.
Yeah.
Close.
It's still morning, I think.
I think you're right.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Viapudua, members of the Board, County Council. I'm Brenda Kiley, Chief Deputy County Administrator, and I'm here to present the mid-year budget report to you today. I'm going to keep our presentation brief, just like we did for first quarter. I'm going to review the 23-24 adjusted budget, our net county costs. I'll give an update on our general purpose revenue. We'll just talk at a high level about our budget recommendations, and then we'll discuss our 24-25 preliminary budget outlook, and then we'll discuss our state budget update.
Thank you.
The chart before you displays the 23-24 adjusted budget at a high level, which includes the adopted budget, encumbrances, and current year adjustments. The county's total adjusted budget as of December 31st was $2.92 billion, and the county's general fund budget was $1.47 billion. The sources of funding, including the use of fund balance, are shown on the slide. This slide shows the net county cost of departments' budgets by functional area as of December 31st. The net county cost is the amount of general fund support the county provides to departments. Each quarter, departments are asked to project their expenditures of revenue for the entire year, which is shown in the second numeric column. The last column shows the net county cost savings, which is projected to be $34 million at the end of the year. As you can see, the largest amount of savings is expected in the law and justice functional area, followed by health services and general government. As in the past, net county cost savings is primarily due to departmental vacancies. Also to note, Human Services Agency is expected to exceed net county cost by $2.9 million at year end, primarily due to a reduction in 1991 realignment funding. Okay. In addition to the departmental savings estimates shown on the previous slide, the mid-year budget report includes updated estimates for general purpose revenue, or GPR. Property tax is the county's largest general purpose revenue source. As we've discussed before, the original property tax revenue increase included in the 23-24 adopted budget was 5% over 22-23 revenue. The actual assessment roll increase pardon me, was 9.17%. The mid-year estimate reflected on the chart above includes revenue growth for most property-related revenue accounts, including unsecured and supplemental property taxes. This growth is expected to increase by approximately $18 million by year end. Redevelopment pass-through and residual revenue from former redevelopment agencies is also expected to increase. The other large increase is in interest income. The 23-24 proposed budget estimate for interest was set at $4 million back in January of 2023, which is when we roll out the budget estimates. But the county's return on assets has increased substantially since then. As a result, the year-end projection is $16 million, which is an increase of $12 million from the adopted budget. Sales tax revenue is projected to decrease by approximately $1.5 million, which is consistent with the statewide sales tax trends. And then finally, not shown on the chart above, but important to note, is that Proposition 172 public safety sales tax revenue is projected to end the year below budget by approximately $4.3 million due to a drop in the county's pro rata share of the statewide pool. Now we'll briefly discuss staffing. The county's vacancy rate as of December 31st was 14.8% as compared to the rate of 15.8% at first quarter, and that reflects an improvement of about 1%. Several departments continue to have a high number of vacancies, though, including the Healthcare Services Agency, San Joaquin General Hospital, Human Service Agency, Sheriff, and Probation, which is contributing to the net county cost savings shown on the previous slides. Okay, now on to budget recommendations. The mid-year budget report includes relevant departmental updates and provides recommendations to allow departments to end the fiscal year within budget. In addition to receiving and filing the mid-year budget report, 16 recommendations are included in the report. The recommendations include $3.4 million in appropriations increases, which are funded entirely by prior year fund balance, ARPA funds, cost reimbursements or new revenue, various fixed asset purchases, and the addition of one position for purchasing to support capital projects. The details of the recommendations are contained in the board letter for your review. The mid-year budget report does not include recommendations for use of funding in the contingency provision budget, which remains at nearly $4.1 million available through the end of the year. Okay, next we'll look at our 24-25 preliminary budget outlook. The chart before you portrays our revenue forecast, which includes property tax, our largest GPR category in blue at the bottom of each column. So that bottom blue line, that's that's property tax. And then sales tax is in light blue, so that's the next part of the bar. And then Proposition 172, public safety sales tax and realignment are grouped together, and they're in that teal, the darker color at the top. And then the other, just all other GPR revenue sources are there in light green. Our overall revenue forecast is projected to increase by $13.2 million or 2.3% from the 23-24 mid-year projection. So you can see that difference there in those last two bars. So for 24-25, property tax is estimated to increase by 4% from 23-24, and sales tax is estimated to remain flat. Proposition 172 and realignment revenue are projected to increase by approximately 4.5% and 1% respectively. So if you recall, I previously presented on a prior slide that we project Prop 172 to decrease this year. And so the increase in 24-25, it just equates to minimal growth over our initial adopted budget. Okay. Now on to our preliminary budget outlook. Sorry, a continuation. Instructions for the preparation of the 24-25 proposed budget were sent to departments on February 5th. The preliminary budget is balanced and includes projected labor cost increases of $134.5 million countywide, or $37.1 million in the general fund. Health insurance and retirement rates are also increasing, as well as self-insurance, cost allocation plan, and ISD charges. The preliminary budget also fully funds the additional 5% toward our unfunded retirement liability. The preliminary budget is structurally balanced with revenue increases and costs included on the previous slide. No one-time funding is needed to balance the budget. And since the 23-24 net county cost savings and additional GPR shown on the earlier slides are one-time, they should only be used to fund one-time expenses. Finally, on to state budget impacts. As you probably know, the governor released his 24-25 proposed state budget on January 10th. At that time, he projected a deficit of $37.9 billion, a figure that was more optimistic than the $58 billion deficit calculated by the Legislative Analyst's Office, or LAO. In order to address the shortfall, the governor incorporated a combination of solutions for balancing the budget, including the use of reserves, spending reductions, additional revenue, internal borrowing, delays, deferrals, and fund shifts. On February 9th, the state controller released their statement of general fund cash receipts for disbursements through January 31st, showing actual general fund receipts for the state are down by 5.3% from the governor's estimates. The LAO predicts this erosion in revenues correspond to a $15 billion increase in the state's budget problem, expanding the $58 billion estimated deficit to $73 billion. In order to address the additional $15 billion deficit, the legislature will need to find new budget solutions that could include revenue increases, spending reductions, and reserve and cost shifts. The governor's May revision will likely include many of these solutions. Thus, it is important to remain prudent in limiting recommendations of ongoing general fund support for new initiatives in 24-25 as the county braces for state impacts, which are unknown at this time. In conclusion, we have demonstrated in this presentation our local government community is doing well because of our relatively stable property tax revenue base for general purpose revenue. Another contributing factor to our stability is the board's dedication to preserving reserves and approving balanced budgets that do not use one-time funding for ongoing expenses. On the other hand, the state's budget is not in a good position as it faces deficits of up to $73 billion in 24-25. The governor's office will release its May revise in May, which will most likely contain budget impacts to our county that are beyond our control. So as we enter the 24-25 budget season, we recommend limiting recommendations for new ongoing initiatives that require general fund support. Chairman Villapudua, this concludes my presentation. The department heads, CAO staff, and I are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a few questions. The May revise in the state budget, how could that affect us? I mean, can we plan for it? I mean, if it's bigger than, what they expect,
Well, we are watching everything that's coming out from the Legislative Analyst's Office. We're monitoring all of the general fund statement of cash receipts. They're down by 5% or so right now. I don't have any inklings into what's in the May revise, but in the past, they can shift costs to local government. So in the past, over this last 27 years that I've been in local government, I've seen them. They will take revenues that we should have, they'll shift them around, they'll shift costs to us. They've realigned. You know, we talk about 1991 realignment, we had 2011 realignment, which means that they take programs and they give us some revenue sources for them, but it's different. So the state has there are a lot of things they could do that would impact us.
What about, I mean, we don't know the results yet, but the Prop 1 that's on the ballot now, I mean, have you factored that in? If that passes, isn't that supposed to take some money away from the county, correct?
Correct. And we don't have that factored into our projections yet.
And lastly, looking at the agendized item and a bunch of these different budget items here, one thing I don't see, and maybe it's too early, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Our Ag Commissioner's Office, I know we've talked about it in the past. I mean, they're severely need employees over there, positions that they haven't been filled. I know our Ag Commissioners, well, she's here. If she wants to speak on it, she didn't have to. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I mean, she'd work in multiple positions because those positions haven't been filled. So where are we at on that?
Well, I do know that our 24-25 budget requests are coming in right now, and analysts are reviewing those. And so I haven't had a chance to see the Ag Commissioner's budget request.
All right. I would just, I mean, I'll leave it at that. I mean, I think, I know Supervisor Ding and I have talked about it before. You know, that's one of our economic engines. And I mean, they're so underpowered with employees that it needs to be looked at.
We understand that's a priority.
That's all I have, Chair. And thank you very much for your presentation. Always nice to see you. And I'll yield my time, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Paul Canova.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair. So this is just a snapshot as of what day? So
December 31st.
December 31st.
It's our mid-year
So this
report.
could go theoretically. I mean, I don't know whoever's running the interest income. They need a raise, obviously, because they projected was $4 million and they're at $16 million.
So
$12 million.
So I do the projections.
Oh, good
so
job.
No, I don't think I did a great job on that one.
Oh, you mean picking the base? You mean picking your base at $4 million?
Yes.
Okay.
So in January of 23.
I'll take that back then.
Yeah, no, that I plan to do a better job in the future. It just interest rates were rising at that time, and I looking back, hindsight's 2020. I could have come in a little higher, but it's good news for us now.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just so that theoretically could go up. Or you're saying that that's what you're projecting for the end of the year? Okay.
Correct. That's what we're projecting. It could go up a little bit. But that's I think a realistic projection.
Okay.
16 million.
And then for the encumbered account of the $4 million, do you see anything coming up between now and June far as for the $4 million? So basically, the property tax amount's 35, and then the cost saving is 39. So I'm just trying to figure out total dollar amount of what we have as a surplus right now in the budget.
69 million.
69 million.
Yeah. So if you add the two together.
Right.
Yes. So
and the contingency, the $4 million's on top of that, so it'd be 73.
Yes, you have.
Okay.
Yes, that's
okay.
And that'll be the 35 and the 34. So the 69 together. We don't anticipate getting that until year end. So we wouldn't recommend making any decisions about that until we actually see those revenues come in.
And it's one time. It's not in perpetuity.
It is one time. Exactly. It's not ongoing.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the report. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this sets alarms off, in all departments, and maybe I think about this a little bit differently. It's time for some investment during bad times too. For instance, our grant writing department. I think we really need to take a look at getting our Golden Stars some help. There, she's handling state and federal legislative grants and so forth, but we got to make sure every dime's getting touched. Supervisor Rickman, you'll always be my chairman. Supervisor Rickman mentioned the Ag Commissioner. we really need to step it up in our HR department. Now is the time when you have vacancies within certain departments, and everything is going to be tightening up on the other counties as well. So right now we're in this trend where we train them, they learn the best from us, and they go somewhere else. That's going to come to a bleeping halt real soon too, because the other counties aren't going to have the money either. We need to lock in the talent now. We have vacancies in our department to give us room in our budget, but within those budget allocations, let's find our rock stars, our superstars. Let's, our ag commissioner. I mean, we keep talking about it and talking about it. If we wait too much longer, we're going to be in a world of hurt. So let's get our priorities together and look at this as a gift. I mean, it really is. It gives us a chance to really analyze our, where we're going from here. What are the talents we need? Let's, make sure we put a team together that's rock solid, we can afford, and then button down and get ready for the storm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Quick question. I want to jump in the weeds a little bit. So we've got savings because of positions that are unfilled, and just looking at law and justice, it's roughly 21 million, if I'm remembering correctly and reading it. And then that's for what looks like 200, almost 300 positions, correct? So we're saving that amount of money because it's unfilled positions. So a question for you, and this is a deep dive into the accounting of it. That savings, does that account for the overtime that we pay for our deputies and staff? Because they're accumulating extra hours and doing a lot of duty.
Departments that's part of their process. So they're projecting savings, which would include, vacancy savings, but then those are offset by additional overtime charges and just all of the extra. So that's net of all of that.
It is factored.
Yes,
okay,
it's factored.
Great. I appreciate that. That was my question, just because people ask that of me when we talk about budget, and they're like, are you guys factoring overtime?
Yes,
so
100% yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Great report, and some concerns, but I know that there's a lot of action being taken, and I think whatever we can do at HR to get people through the process. I know that I don't know if they need extra staff or something to do, but I've heard in the past that while we're screening candidates, they're being hired by other agencies while they've applied at the same time at our county versus other counties for other positions. They're getting through much faster elsewhere. Whatever that takes to dive into and give Jennifer additional resources or something, if we're losing good candidates, as you're hearing the supervisors say, we know that's an issue for us. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open public comment. Anyone like to make a comment? I will see none. I will close public comment. Brenda, thank you for that presentation. At this time, I'll accept the motion.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 6, community development. Accept the draft 2023-2031 housing element update to the San Joaquin County General Plan and provide direction on updating development title regulations specific to alternative housing options. Good morning, Ms. Jolly.
No, actually, I have staff that are going to be sitting over here. Thank you.
Hi, Megan. How are you?
I have Megan Aguirre. She's our principal planner. And then we have Cynthia Walsh with PlaceWorks, who's our consultant working on the project.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Cynthia Walsh with PlaceWorks. I have a short presentation on the housing element, and then I'm available for questions. So just an agenda today, we're going to do a short overview of the housing element, what it's all about. We're going to touch on the regional housing needs allocation, also called the RHNA. We're going to discuss the assessment of fair housing, which is new to this 6-cycle document. We'll touch on the different special needs groups identified in the housing element. We'll look at the housing element programs for this new update, and then we'll go over the project schedule. So the objective today is to just provide an overview of the housing element process, share some key findings of the draft housing element, and then receive input prior to submitting to the state. So the housing element is one of the 8 mandated elements of the general plan. It is unique in that it does need to be certified, reviewed and certified by the state. The adoption deadline was December 31st, 2023. This is an 8-year document. So for this 6th cycle, the planning period started in December and it will run through December 2031. The previous cycle was from 2015 to 2023. So there are several different sections of the housing element. We have our housing needs assessment. This is the really data-heavy portion of the document. We look at trends, we look at population, market trends, special needs groups. The assessment of fair housing, this is a new section brought on by AB 686. It is a very large section, but it does touch on fair housing issues. It kind of puts a fair housing lens on the entire document. So considering all aspects of the housing element, looking through fair housing. For the sites inventory, looking at not concentrating all of the sites identified in one area, and then contributing factors to fair housing issues. We also have a section on constraints to the development of housing. This is governmental and non-governmental, different market trends there, environmental constraints, as well as infrastructure. Resources and sites inventory, this looks at what is currently available on the ground. So based off of the zoning, general plan land use, designations, what can be developed. So we take an inventory of that. We also consider ADUs or accessory dwelling units and mobile homes, and we look at projecting those out into the future to accommodate a portion of the RHNA. And after we've done our analysis on all of those sections, we look at the previous programs and the implementation status. So, what was accomplished, what should we move forward with, and then we identify new programs for the 6th cycle document. So as far as outreach, we started our stakeholder consultations. These are one-on-one interviews with service providers. We've learned, starting, with COVID, that one way to really understand when you're not able to get in front of people is to reach out to those service providers to gather input and understand the needs of different special needs groups. So we completed those from June to August last year. We had a housing element introduction meeting, both virtual and in person, in August. Planning Commission meeting we had to present the draft was just last month on February 1st, and then we are here today to present the draft to the board. So looking at the regional housing needs allocation, this shows you an overview of the RHNA for all of San Joaquin County. You can see that San Joaquin County's RHNA makes up about 16.7% of all of the allocation for the county. When I say county, I mean the unincorporated county, just to clarify there. This breaks the RHNA down by income category. So the RHNA is broken down into 4 different categories: very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And you can see the different income groups based off of 2022 income limits, the different income categories that actually, the ranges that go with each category. So for example, low income, and this is based off of a 4-person household. 4-person household making between about $44,000 and $70,000 is considered low income. The next column, you can see what our 5th cycle allocation was, and then the tealish color shows what the current 6th cycle is. And then on the far right, you can see the percent change. So there was a decent decrease in your very low and low, a large increase in your moderate for, the total decrease of about 13%. So the way that we accommodate your RHNA, we start with looking at the 5th cycle document. What sites are still available. We look at pipeline projects, what is already in the works to meet a portion of the RHNA. We then look at sites that are larger than 1/2 an acre and smaller than 10 acres. HCD identifies this as the appropriate size. Doesn't mean you can't go larger or smaller. You just have to include much more analysis to justify why that's appropriate. We look at both vacant and underutilized parcels. Underutilized being it could be a large lot with just one single family home where there is another portion of the site where additional housing could be developed. We're also projecting out accessory dwelling units, as I mentioned. We're able to look at your past history, come up with an annual average, and then project that out over the planning period.
We're doing the same methodology for manufactured homes. Manufactured homes, obviously, typical are higher percentage in unincorporated counties. And then we're also looking at availability of sites for employee and farm worker housing. There's a lot going on this table, so I'll walk you through it. We have our 6-cycle arena, then we have what has been constructed or approved for this cycle so far. We have the allocation for the capacity for the Mountain House specific plan. We have the vacant, both residential and commercial zoned sites for the unincorporated. We have our projected ADUs, our projected manufactured homes, our employee housing for the total capacity of about 13,200, then broken out by different income category. This next slide then takes that total capacity and compares it to the arena and shows you our arena surplus. So we have a surplus of 107 units in our lower income, lower being your very low and low combined, 3,227 in moderate, about 1,061 in above moderate for a total surplus of 4,395 units. This just gives you an idea of where the sites are. This is included also to show that we're furthering fair housing. So we're not concentrating sites within one area. We're looking at sites throughout the county. So for the assessment of fair housing, as I mentioned, this is a brand new section of the document, and these were our key findings. So lack of affordable housing, low local incomes compared to housing costs. For farm worker and employee housing, low availability of farm worker housing in substandard conditions. Environmental pollution challenges, lead-based paint for older homes, pollution from ag or industrial uses, need for home rehab, and then large areas of flood and risk of the delta. So HCD identifies special needs groups in the statute that we specifically analyze the needs, the resources, and this gives you an idea of what the population is of these groups. And so we've broken it out by population and households. So farm workers make up about 3.7 of the whole population of the county. Persons experiencing homelessness is a little under 1%. Persons with disabilities is about 11.6, and then seniors make up 14.4%. Looking at households, we have large households. A large household is there's 5 or more individuals in a household. It's almost 20%. Senior households, 26%. Female-headed households, 19.6, and extremely low income is 8.8. Extremely low income households are making 30% or less of the area median income. So looking at our housing element programs that we're moving forward with, we have our 7 goals that are carried over from the previous document along with the 43 policies, and then we have 31 programs that we're moving forward with. So these are the programs that are addressing the different state law requirements. So program 1.4, we're monitoring housing production. This is a no net loss requirement. Uses of sites from previous cycles. So you're able to use sites from the last 2 cycles, but you do have to put in additional analysis for that. Promoting ADUs, SB 35 and 330, these are streamlined approval processes. Program 3.3-5, this is development title and updates. This is all of your zoning amendments that need to happen. So this is all bundled into one program, looking at employee farm worker housing, low barrier navigation centers, transitional supportive housing, emergency shelters, care facilities, and density bonus. And then 5-1 is affirmatively furthering fair housing. So once we've done that analysis, we've identified the different steps the county needs to take to ensure that we are affirmatively furthering fair housing. These programs have been included to help facilitate housing development. Because we are relying on unique ways to meet the RHNA, HCD wants to see how the county is going to help facilitate the development. So we have division of planning for large sites, encouraging mixed-use projects and residential uses in commercial zones, supporting affordable housing development, funding for affordable housing development, not the county funding the developments yourself, but identifying funding sources that could be available for a developer. Development of extremely low income households and facilitating development of farm worker household housing. Pardon me. So looking at our schedule, I kind of walked through this a little bit, but we released the document. This is a new requirement for this 6 cycle that the document must be released for a 30-day public review period. And then 10 days after that, you must consider and incorporate public comments. We had our Planning Commission meeting on the 1st of February, the board meeting today, March 12th. Our next step will be to submit the document to HCD, and that is a 90-day review period. So that will run through June 13th. I think I'm going to hand this over to Megan.
So, although it's estimated that the county will have surplus capacity of potential housing sites, the Community Development Department is considering alternative housing options to provide potential opportunities for additional affordable housing development. And then here are the current housing options available, which include single-family residences, accessory and junior accessory dwelling units, multi-unit residential, farm employee housing, caretaker residences, and mobile or manufactured home parks. One proposal for providing alternative housing options to those already permitted is to consider allowing manufactured home parks in the agricultural zones. A constituent has presented this idea to our department and the Planning Commission as a potentially lower cost option for affordable housing. And then here, as an example, we have several photos that were provided by that constituent of a manufactured home park. The photo on the left is obviously more of an overall picture of part of that manufactured home park. And then on the right are some examples of what maybe a modern manufactured home might look like. If the board wants to consider allowing manufactured home parks in the agricultural zones, Community Development Department staff recommends including locational criteria to restrict the use from impacting prime farmland and to require sufficient access to job opportunities and everyday goods and services, such as schools and grocery stores. If the board would like to see such policies, staff also requests that the board provide authorization to conduct future public outreach and devote staff time to these new policies. And then that's it for our presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. Is there anyone from the board like to comment on this item? Supervisor Canepa.
I think that's important to figure out how we can do that because my nephew was just looking at one and it was $200,000 and it's something that's somewhat affordable for brand new, you know what I mean? And it's movable, so the people can move it to wherever they need to. So the question is, how do we do it without utilizing, it needs to be by stores and not in prime farmland. And then do these mobile homes, a lot of them said they could do well and septic. Is that true, or do they need stub ups for county or city services or well served letters, or how does?
So through the chair, point of clarification. So right now, anyone can build a manufactured home as a residence. So that's not anything new. And yes, they can be on well and septic systems. What we're talking about right now is creating communities, mobile home communities, but the way that this constituent pitched it to the Planning Commission and us is it's a little bit of a higher end. A lot of times people do have a negative feeling about mobile home parks, which is not necessarily true, but this particular type of model that was pitched to us was basically creating an entire community that looks like a regular subdivision, but the homes are pre-manufactured. So back in the day, if you kind of drive around the county, you see a lot of mobile home parks out in the agricultural zone. Well, that hasn't been allowed for many years, at least as long as our last development title was adopted in 92, and you were not allowed to do them in the ag zone back then. So we're rethinking, maybe we do want to consider allowing some of these mobile home communities with, as Megan mentioned, with some locational criteria. We're not interested in exploiting prime farmland. We want to protect that, but similar to how we created the ag industrial zone, which basically looked at agricultural properties that were no longer viable for farming, due to either the size of the parcel, the location, what's surrounding it. We do have a lot of agricultural land in this county that's not usable for farming, but it's also not usable for much else because we do not have the infrastructure we need, the sewer, the water, and this public storm drainage that we would need to have the higher density
development. So we're trying to be creative. A lot of counties like ours do have this challenge, not having that infrastructure. And the state, I have said it many times when I've talked to representatives from CSAC that, one size doesn't fit all when they're telling different counties they have to meet these housing needs, because we don't all have the same infrastructure available to us. So the manufactured home model would be something that could utilize potentially farmland, as it would stay zoned farmland, but we would allow a mobile home or manufactured home park to apply for a permit. Now, the local land use for mobile home parks does stay with the county, but then once they're approved, all the building currently goes through HCD. And so there's the option of whether we want to take that back too, which we're exploring, take back that jurisdiction. But these are all things that are being looked at by the department right now.
What's HCD? Can you clarify?
Housing Community Development. They're the ones that tell us how much housing we need to have.
So then, I think this is huge, because I think if we don't try it, at least try it, because I think it's an affordable option, because the rents are so high, and I think it gives people something else to do. I mean, and they're really nice. I mean, some of them are very nice, and I mean, that's the question of, do you do lower end ones and try to help the homeless crisis? And I think finding spots for it is difficult, because we've been looking for safe camping sites, and it's not simple, because obviously the NIMBY issue is not my backyard. As a lot of people don't want it, but I think it's a step for people to gain, financial, independence.
Yeah. We've had to get creative in the way that we're trying to provide additional housing opportunities for this county. And like they mentioned, our ADU ordinance is quite permissive, especially compared to some counties. And, allowing homes in the commercial zones, that was something we were doing before the state came and said that we should be doing that. So, I mean, we're really trying to be creative. We're always open to ideas. This idea was brought forward by a constituent who has experience in the mobile home community, and he had a good presentation at the Planning Commission about the breakdown of how much more affordable a pre-manufactured home could be compared to a standard stick-built home. But it's not an option in this county right now to just do high-density apartments all over the county. We don't have the infrastructure to support that, so we have to look at other alternatives.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just to go over, I agree with Vice Chair Canepa. We're looking at options. I pulled up some statistics real quick, and pardon, but I think this is really relevant. In 1970, a single-family home cost $15,000. 2023 average, that's the national average. 2023 is $436,000. It's up 29 times. College, $500 a year, 20 times. Now, the amount is $11,000 a year for a state college. Gas, back in 1970, was $36 a gallon. Or, I'm sorry, 0.36 cents a gallon. 10 times that amount now. National average is $3.80. Now, here's the kicker. 1970, the average income was $9,000. Today, it's $56,000. That's a 6-time multiple. So when you look at just a single-family home at $15,000 and a 29-time multiple of $436,000, we're not able to afford. There's obviously a major deficit, and we see that nationwide, statewide, countywide, all around. So we do need workforce housing. We do need retirement housing. We need to look at the options, and I appreciate the Planning Commission and Ms. Jolly bringing this forward to us for consideration. And I've seen the presentations of this where, I mean, it's a lifestyle. You've got swimming pools, you've got clubhouses, you've got 10 units per acre. So if you did 50 acres, a 50-acre plan, which is self-sufficient with its own energy, with its own sewer, water treatment, and such, very environmentally friendly, I guess you would consider it. You're looking at hundreds of homes in a nice little area. So I like this. I'm glad you're bringing it to the board for consideration. I think it's a necessary step. I do have a question. In the past, we've heard from HUD that countywide, we're about 50,000, and I heard it was maybe 35 or 40,000 doors short. Do we know what that current supply-demand number is? I know statewide we're millions of doors short. So we do need to look at solutions. I was just curious what that number is as we start to consider other options that might be affordable. Do we know the number for our county, what we are short of?
Go ahead. Short as in meeting your arena allocation, or?
No, well, that's a question as well. But as far as I know, there's state metrics where they're wanting us to meet, so you can let us know that perhaps. But again, according to HUD, going back several years, we were over 50,000 doors short for single family, it could be apartment, single family homes, whatever it was, but we were short. There's a deficit, supply demand. We see our rents, our vacancies are like, occupancy rate is like 99.6%. So we know that we've got a shortage on just apartments alone. Do we have that number? That's not something you guys looked at. Okay, so it's in the tens of thousands, though, last I heard. So back to you, Ms. Jolly. I think this is worth looking at, working with people that are experienced in this sector and asking, how do we make this, how do we partner with them, how do we make this work? So if it comes back to this board, it's like, yeah, we vetted this out. We found a public-private partnership or a way to bring this together that it makes sense. It does fit within a general plan, but it's also thinking outside the box and utilizing what we do have is land. So we know we've got heavy corridor areas. We know that we've got dense areas for employment, and we know we've got a need for housing that would be affordable, whether it be workforce or even retirement housing. So I like this idea. I agree with Vice Chair Canepa, and I'm interested in hearing from other supervisors. But good job, thank you. And then there was one question, as this government mandates, you had said, if that's what I was asking about, what is that number? How are we trying to meet the governor or the government's the laws and the requirements that they're kind of pushing upon us?
So to clarify, how are we, the units you're producing compared to what the state is asking? I have a slide on that if you're able to flip back. Oops, sorry.
And what deficit do we have on that slide from what we're seeing?
Here it is. So this is showing your fifth cycle RENA compared to the progress. These are building permits issued.
RENA means what?
Regional Housing Needs Allocation.
Thank you.
Yes. So very low, we have 119 out of the 2,496. So showing only 5% met there, 25% of the low income RENA, about half of the moderate, 65% of above moderate, for a total of 41%.
So the numbers on the far right are what they're recommending?
The numbers on where it says income category and then the 2014, 2023 RENA, that is your target.
That's our target. And so out of the 2,496, we have 119, so we've only met 5% of the target.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, what's the penalties if we're not meeting? Is it just in the spirit of?
As of right now, it's just a goal. HCD does not force you. Obviously, the county's not in the business of building the units. You just help facilitate. So that's why we include these programs. So when developers come forward, you're helping to facilitate the development. But it all depends on the developers coming forward.
Understood. And that's where as I said, that's where we need to look at those partnerships. How does it make sense for you? And I would just volunteer and throw out, and this doesn't make life easy, but perhaps we reduce some fees. I remember talking with Ms. Carol Ornelas one time, and I said, just ballpark 50 units. If you're going to build a 50-unit apartment complex in the city of Stockton, this is the city, what would that permit fee cost? She said, about $2 million. Permit $2 million? He said, yeah. I said, what if that was $200,000 or $400,000 for a permit? Just reducing those fees. She goes, oh, I could drop permits tomorrow and start building. She was like crazy. So if we made it more affordable, then the private sector can start building. So what incentives can we have that we maybe offset that startup expense? Now, if you build it and flip it for a profit, you pay the fees. But if you're building it and holding it and you're making it affordable for entry and to build that inventory up, is there a pathway using that idea of some sort of public-private partnership? So that's for you guys to think about. But I think it's worth us pursuing. And again, I like what's been presented as possibilities. So great job. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all. A very thorough report. It's always a good handle to see what we need to do to meet our fair share. But, when I see this RENA or come out, or you talk about affordable housing, one thing that drives me crazy is you have the state putting the pressure on, or the mandate, or whatever you may want to call it, on local government, be it city or the counties. But when you look, what the problem is the state. It's that simple. I mean, you talk about, you can talk about all the fees and regulations that you want, but where are these fees and regulations coming from? They're coming from the state. It's that simple. And, I've talked to our legislative counterparts up there in Sacramento about CEQA, and how much of a burden CEQA has on building, especially homes. And CEQA doesn't differentiate between an above market and a below market and a low income. I mean, that's something that the state could do to help local government, for we can help build these houses that we need. And then you talk about the regulation and the taxation, again coming from the state. We just spent how many months fighting PG&E because of what? More fees. That's less money homeowners or future homeowners have in their pockets to save to buy your home. It's just the middle class gets nickel and dimed, just constantly. And again, it's not coming from this board or usually local government. It's coming from the state. And then you talk about the supply and demand. We build homes here, and a lot of these homes are being occupied not by residents here in San Joaquin County, but from folks in the Bay Area. Why? The supply over in the Bay Area. Oh, and then you look at the supply, and there was just a news article about this, how all this building coming in the valley and the suburbs and Sacramento and so on. And you look at the coastal communities, and they don't have it because they have an exemption. How fair is that? It's a call about a fairness. Again, you go back, revert back to the state. And, I think we've done a good job as this board. I mean, you look in the past year how we partnered with Visionary Homes, for example, to build some homes. And, but that's just my rant. It just drives me insane how those folks in Sacramento, they sit on their soapbox and preach to local government and how we need to do things. But you look at the state, and I mean, my God, we just talked about, some of the, I can go on, but it just seems the state needs to get their act together and work with the local governments instead of working against us. I'll end it there, Chair. Thank you.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. I'll just make this brief. I've got a presentation tomorrow from a company. They first said, tiny homes, which automatically I get my backup, but evidently they're not talking about $500,000 tiny home. They're talking about farm worker housing, it's manufactured housing. But the thing that caught me is that they were talking about the size of these from 500 to 1,100 square feet. And I'm going, well, wait a minute. My first home was 1,100 square feet. I didn't think of it as small. And I hate to, tell the back in my day stories. But, you go through like Stockton, Tuxedo Park. Those are all 1,200, 11, 12, some of them 900 square foot homes. We've gotten this capacity of that we've got to have 5-6 bedroom homes, with football fields in the back of it, as opposed to maybe looking forward and looking at more of a Europeans type village, with smaller homes and the services in the middle. But anything we can do to encourage things like that, especially like in an ag zone, because you're not going to have services right around there. There might be a possibility to infill them with manufacture, but encourage smaller homes to be affordable.
Through the chair, if I might add, so one of the benefits of the manufactured home facility or community, I should call it, is that it's one property owner, and it is still that model where the people buy the homes and they may pay a lease area or something like that, but they are essentially buying into a community, as I think Supervisor Patty mentioned, because this is what we've been told by this constituent is, you can create community centers, gyms, things like that, so that it's kind of a self-sustained community, a park, soccer field, things like that. The difference between that type of model and the individual tiny homes is that right now, a tiny home, regardless of its size, is on its own parcel, and to do on-site well and septic for an individual parcel, you have to have a minimum of 2 acres, which is not the best use and not going to create affordable housing. So that's where we are trying to be creative to come up with ideas that will not only, allow more affordability to people, but also not price them out because of the on-site services. And just doing a well and a septic on 2 acres alone is going to cost you a lot of money, and regardless of the size of your house. Then you put the house on there too. So it's not the best use of land from a planning perspective either, but you've got to kind of balance where we need private services to serve a lot of people, but they can't be in urban communities where you're supposed to have public services, if that makes sense. It's just, it's challenging. And we're not the only county dealing with it, but we're up for the challenge. We're gonna try.
Thank you.
Find some other opportunities.
Good points. Thank you.
Okay. Last week I went to Clayton Homes. I did a tour of their manufactured homes in Manteca, and I was very impressed. So. Yeah. I don't know. I think I agree with all my board members that for someone to afford a home nowadays is going to be difficult. So I think the mobile home market's the way to go in the future for most families.
So if I could just clarify,
sure.
So I believe you are all okay with us exploring agricultural property to
yes.
bring back the mobile home park model. We may do some locational criteria. We really do want to minimize the impacts to prime agriculture, and I
right.
think that that's a priority for you guys as well. But I do think that there are parcels out there available for that, that could be explored.
That's a great idea, I think. Good.
Okay.
Supervisor Patty.
So I would suggest you sit with the people that have done this. Like, how does this make sense? How does it pencil out so you could afford to make this investment mm-hmm. to bring affordable housing to us? So, I mean, for us to say what you need to do, bringing back those options once you've weighed out the private sector. So it's a private-public partnership. So we're like, okay, we've listened to the developers. They're the ones that have to pay the fees. They're the ones that have to go through the investment, put in the infrastructure. It's like, how does this make sense for you so that's affordable to enter and accomplish the goals? So I'd look at all options. Thank you.
I motion that we accept the draft housing element update.
Second.
Great. We have a first on this. I need to do public comment real fast here. Anybody in the public like to comment on this item?
Pick a number.
I see none. I'll close public comment. We have a motion. We have a second. We have a vote, please.
If I could just clarify, Supervisor Canepa, you made the motion to accept the draft, but also the motion should include directing community development staff to review the development title to bring back those policies that the board's discussed today. Is that correct?
Sounds perfect. Thank you.
Is that sufficient?
Yes. Thank you.
Great. So we'll just go to vote here.
And I apologize. And the seconder was
Supervisor Ding. And the motion is closed 5-0. Thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
You have a wonderful day. Moving on to item number 7, community development. Accept the Mountain House Jobs Housing Balance Policy Review and direct staff to revise the applicable Mountain House policy documents, master plan, specific plans to determine appropriate and necessary. Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. I'm just going to quickly introduce John Anderson, who works as a contract planner for the department.
Okay.
And I'm going to sit over here if you need me, but I'm not going to squeeze a chair in over there.
Okay, great.
I anticipate he will be fine by himself.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, John Anderson, contract planner with the CDD department, working exclusively on Mountain House matters. Thank you very much. Yes, it is afternoon, and it's been a wonderful day so far. I'm represented today with a representative from EPS, Economic Planning Systems. That's Jenny Lynn. Also in the audience is Jody Alamasi. Jody is the Deputy General Manager for Mountain House Community Service District. This item was initially hoping to be scheduled before your Board of Supervisors before the March election. Obviously, we know what's happened with the March election and the fact that Mountain House is moving towards cityhood as of July 1st. So there's a number of items. This is one of many that are going to be coming before you. They're involving some more additional land use changes. This item today is something, quite frankly, that was initiated by the CSD as part of their evaluation of becoming a city, and some and economic evaluations that were done through one of their consultants, Cosmont. That document ultimately wasn't necessarily adopted or approved by the CSD Board of Directors, but it was something that set forth a course of action to evaluate job housing needs and goals for that particular community. We are fortunate to be able to work hand in hand with Jenny's firm, EPS, and evaluate as a peer review, if you will, what Cosmont had done, what the CSD has done on this particular issue itself. The jobs housing situation is there a clicker around here? Oh, it's right here. The job housing policy is a basic framework for the Mountain House community. It was used way back when in 1993 when the Board of Supervisors ultimately adopted, the Mountain House Master Plan and said, hey, we're going to do a new community out in the Tracy area as a way to justify that it was going to be a self-sustaining community, in that for every household there would be nearly one job that was generated. And the intent was at that time for those jobs that were going to be created were going to be on-site jobs, or jobs that would be made up by some kind of brick and mortar type of structure, either through industrial development or commercial development or retail sales opportunities. So I've got a short slide presentation I want to go through. It's a very important issue that we've been working on for quite some time. And then there are a number of applications, land use changes that are going to be coming to you after this that are contingent, I should say, upon the board's review and consideration of this change in policy. So again, the description is to accept what we presented, which is Mountain House Jobs Housing Balance Policy Review. It will necessitate changes to the policy documents that are akin to the Mountain House community, both the master plan and the 3 affected specific plans. So that's kind of our charge, our work program after the board considers what's being presented to you folks today. So again, the original goal and objective was 0.99 jobs per household. There was an evaluation that was conducted back in 2019 when the community hit around 4,000 units. I actually think it was more than 4,000 units. But in any event, they calculated and determined that the actual job housing rate at that point was somewhere between 0.07 and 0.17. Again, the goal being 0.99. Cosmont, again, this was an evaluation that was prepared by the CSD, evaluated that, came up with new numbers, and really came up with a new classification of how you evaluate jobs in job housing community. And because of COVID, because of changing economic conditions with the internet and whatnot, more folks are obviously buying products from home. They're able to get services from home. And quite frankly, there's a substantial number of folks that are actually physically working from their house, either partially, let's say 2 to 3 days a week, or full time. So those are significant characteristics that weren't part of the evaluation, the policy development back in 1993. So obviously something that needed to be updated. Again, we've got economic planning systems here by our side that helped evaluate the Cosmont report and to evaluate just what is happening within the Mountain House community. Trimark is the original master developer for the Mountain House community. Has an application where indeed you'll see this in the next month or so, where they're wanting to change commercial land use designated properties to residential. And obviously, in order for that to happen, this policy needs to be reevaluated, and that's what we're doing today. So again, the analysis was conducted by EPS. It was a peer review of what Cosmont had done, and some had completed, and also some of the additional work that was done. There are there was a number of different interviews that were conducted with commercial and industrial brokers, people working in the community, knowing what's going on, as well as looking at some of the survey data that the CSD had generated as part of their evaluation of becoming a city, all of which went into the report that EPS ultimately generated and is what is being presented to you folks today as part of this presentation. And again, the original goal was that there would be, a forecast of some 20,000 new jobs created as a result of this community. And these are considered, again, on-site jobs. And we really didn't know back in 1993 this thing called, working from home and or the internet and then, Amazon and all the other retail opportunities we have from our house. This next slide talks about the various scenarios in job growth development. The original amended master plan showing the 20,000 jobs, COSMOT's evaluation of that same condition back in 2020, 2022, and then EPS's estimate of what those on-site job ratios might look like under a couple different scenarios. And scenario one is probably a little bit more aggressive. Scenario two, which is what we're recommending, is a little more conservative in that it's setting aside a few more acres of land in commercial, industrial, and office type development. This is kind of the culmination of where we believe we are today and what is a more realistic goal and objective. On-site jobs under EPS's scenario at 0.3 on-site jobs per home. And then again, this whole new criteria of work from home and what does that represent in your job generating opportunities within the community. And what has been suggested by COSMOT at 0.46 has now been substantiated by what EPS has reviewed and has determined at 0.46. So giving us a resultant new jobs housing balance ratio of 0.76. So hopefully you guys can follow the math. There's been a lot of discussion today, but I mean, this is substantial. This allows opportunities in change in land use. There's a number of acres that are designated for commercial, industrial, job generating type land uses that have been set aside specifically in the Mountain House community to meet this 0.92 or 0.99 jobs per household. And what we're asking today really is to soften that, to make it more realistic, and to recognize the fact that more folks are working from home. That's the net and all of that. So today, we're asking that your board accept this report as part of your agenda package that was prepared by EPS and dated January 25th of 2024, and that you direct staff to go back into the Mountain House policy documents, of which there are a number of changes that need to take place in order to recognize this new jobs housing ratio, which we believe is appropriate based on the findings that we have conducted independently for the county and is fairly similar to the findings that the Mountain House Community Service District has come up with as part of the COSMOT analysis. So that's kind of our report, our presentation today. If there are any questions, obviously I'm here. We've got Jenny Lynn here as well. And then we've got Jody Alamasi with the CSD. We've worked hand in hand in this documentation. It's not the county working against the community service district. And we're here collectively to present this to you folks today for your determination.
Okay, great. We do have a speaker, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here, taking the long trip from Mountain House to Tracy or to Stockton. But no, thank you for the report. I mean, but you look over just the last 3 years in Mountain House and how it's grown. I mean, we have manufacturing in Mountain House. We have the retail and commercial that is finally coming in, and I think the residents, we're waiting on. I mean, hey, we're off of Byron and Mountain House Parkway, that shopping centers, if it's full or it's almost full. And so it's great to see that. And as your city grows, you're going to get those types of jobs that, that people want. I mean, you see all the residential that's growing, north over off of Byron. But I think Mountain House has a good future ahead, and you just look around Mountain House Parkway and 205 that we're Valley Link. I've heard of hotels, and I've talked to the folks wanting to develop in that area. So, as the city grows, you're going to get the types of jobs like I mentioned. But you're having your own mayor and council here in 3 and 4 months, and regardless of what this board says today or tomorrow or next 3 months, they're going to have the ultimate decision. They can change these plans fitting what they would like to do. But no, I think Mountain House. I was just there over the weekend at the new Haagen-Dazs shop over there. So that was good. But no, it's a great community. It's a beautiful community, and I can't wait to see what it's going to be here in 5-10 years. So great job to everybody at Mountain House.
Thank you.
Supervisor Canepa.
Okay, just for
Supervisor Canepa, I'm sorry, this is my district.
Yes,
So
that's why I'll be voting no. So, I'm having a hard time. So the range is between 0.7 and 1.7. Okay, and you want to use 0.99.
So let me.
When layperson's term, what is? How do you
let
get
me let me restate it. The original building block and the development of the land use mix within the community was to support basically one job per one house. Okay, that was developed back in 1993. What they didn't have as part of that evaluation, and what we're introducing into this jobs housing ratio, is the fact that there are about 0.4 folks per house that are actually working from home. So it's not a brick and mortar site. It's not an on-site job. It's really someone's working from their house. So what we're suggesting is to reduce that 0.99 ratio to 0.76.
Okay.
To reduce it to 0.76.
Okay, and then what's the 0.30, the ratio for? It was originally projected at 20,000 jobs.
The 0.30 would be opportunity for on-site jobs. On-site jobs. 0.43 would be I can go back to my slide, but 0.43 would be folks working from home. So 0.3 would be the on-site jobs, brick and mortar type jobs.
Okay, so in the original on this EPS report,
yes.
So it shows 20,300. That was the intended jobs.
That was the intended job model. Yes, at nearly one job per house.
And now you're wanting to go to 0.30 per human being.
And
so
in addition to those folks that will be working from home, and recognizing that in the policy at 0.46 for a total of 0.76.
Okay. And then you said on your scenario 2 was lower, scenario 2 was higher. I didn't understand that.
Let me go
scenario
back
2
to,
on both of them is higher.
Can I go back to the...
Well, no, I'm just asking because I don't even know what we're doing this for, because if it's that simple and it's cookie cutter, then it should be a done deal. But I mean, how do you get...
Which table was it? Was it this table here?
Oh, that's what I'm trying to...
The second scenario is more conservative in meaning that the jobs housing ratio is still closer to the 0.99. So there's more of a reserve for job generating lands.
Okay.
So I think that's what John meant when he said conservative.
So that's the point, is that we're taking the land that we're setting aside, reserving for commercial, industrial, job generating type land uses from 0.92, okay, to 0.3. So that's significant because now we're not reserving as much in the way of land area for commercial and industrial development. Now, those changes will happen application by application, but what we're recognizing is the job generating opportunity exists not only in the brick and mortar site, but also in the homes that we're building out there.
Okay, so we're looking at this now because you guys are going to have your own form of government, and this will be decided there. You're coming to us now because we are the overseeing entity of these ratios.
May I?
Can somebody clarify? I mean,
so I think what we need to say overall is, why are we here 3 months before they incorporate?
Yeah.
Well,
that's
we
my
have
question.
some projects coming down the line that the that we would like to get through the entire review process, which includes board approval, prior to them annexing. That's what everybody wants. That's what the CSD wants. That's what the county wants, and that's what the developer wants.
Okay. All right.
In
I'm
order
just trying
for
to get my
us
hands
to
around this.
recommend some of the changes coming down the line, they're taking some of the land that was designated for job generating development, commercial industrial uses, and they want to do more residential. So we need to have the documentation and the analysis done to support why that's okay and why we're not making it a worse situation out in Mountain House. And the whole point is that John is explaining that, you know, the workforce is very different than it was 30 years ago. And this actual report recognizes that, gets into the weeds on how it's different, and acknowledges that a 0.76 job per house is adequate. And so therefore, when we bring these other projects before you, we have the documentation and support, and we will be consistent ultimately with the master plan, which includes, you know, everything's built off the master plan. So if we're making changes to the master plan, we need to support why we're recommending these changes. And
that's what this does.
Okay,
and that's what this does.
Thank you. Sorry for the
yes, it does seem kind of strange that we're here
no.
right before they incorporate, but this is all to properly give you the information so that you can make educated decisions on these changes that are going to come before you in the next few months.
So it doesn't hold forward progress is what you're trying to do.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Real briefly, thank you, Supervisor, Vice Chair Canepa, for asking. I had no idea why we're seeing this, so thanks for explaining it. I get you got the presentation, but there was no relevance until Ms. Jolly explained that you've got a couple of things in flux right now coming to the board. Yeah. So thank you for vetting that out, and I'm good. Thank you.
Great. At this time, we're going to open public comment. Anyone from the public like to speak? I see none. I will close public comment. At this time, I will accept the motion.
Move to accept the Mountain House Jobs Housing Balance Policy Review Report prepared by Economic Planning Systems Incorporated, dated January 25th, 2024. And then, do you need a separate? And direct staff to revise the Mountain House Master Plan and Mountain House specific plans to reflect the EPS recommended 0.76 jobs housing ratio.
Supervisor, do you want to comment?
No, I was going to second it.
Okay, great. We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please.
You're going to, you are seconding.
It's already says up here now, second.
Did he officially second it?
He officially seconded it.
Going to second it.
He seconded it.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
I stole his thunder.
It's his district.
We're waiting on Supervisor Ding, and we're good to go.
Well, I just didn't think that motion was ever going to end.
It's 5-0. Congratulations. Thank you for coming. Moving on to discussion item number 8. Accept the presentation from Healthcare Services regarding the San Joaquin County Bwell Dunn campus. Director Diedrich, how are you, sir? Yeah, we all good.
I have Genevieve Valentine with me today, and she'll start off our presentation, and I will conclude with some of the fiscal elements.
All right. So thank you, Chair, Supervisors, County Council, Clerk of the Board, and our CAO for allowing us to come back and do a report on the status of the Bwell campus and feasibility phases. So throughout this presentation, we're going to look at a few different options and ideas. We're going to look at the feasibility project goals, the campus services and program, the site master plan for phase 1, outdoor programming and landscaping, design concepts, estimated budgets, and our next steps that we are hoping to go through. So I'd like to set the stage first with the goals of the presentation as well as the goals of the feasibility. So in August, we came to the board for the approval of our opiate settlement dollars and the plan. At that time, we mentioned that we were hoping to have a Bwell campus. At that point, we went to the health plan of San Joaquin to acquire funds for 2 feasibility studies. The 2 feasibility studies, one was construction on a very specific parcel, and the second feasibility study was for clinical sustainability. If we actually were able to build based off of our big dreams, would we be able to clinically maintain those programs as well as have the workforce? So the goals post those feasibility studies was to improve access for health equity, prioritize mental health and behavioral health services from a one-stop model with high prioritizing of the county services, provide mental health care in the right setting to improve access while also lowering costs for the county at large, transform the well-being of all within the community while creating a campus that is welcoming, supportive, and destigmatizing. For those of you who do not know, our main campus is on old state hospital grounds. Promote healthy living by leveraging this campus to improve the overall community well-being through focusing on system approaches rather than relying on individual behavior, and develop a campus which over multiple years can support a variety of healthcare growth needs throughout the county. As I mentioned in the two feasibility studies, we wanted to make sure that it was sustainable as well as what we would want this campus to have. In December, both feasibility studies did come back based off of the proposal that we had with those feasibility studies that said both were feasible. So based off of those feasibility studies, this is what we looked at from a phase one perspective. So the campus services based off of the feasibility, both from a growth in terms of infrastructure and clinical services, included community resources with a public library, intensive adolescent substance abuse outpatient programming, an urgent care clinic, which would include urgent medical, a admin staff building, commercial kitchen and dining facility, a triage and lobby for EMS and public entry, so making it a other destination for ambulance and law enforcement, a sobering center, a second crisis stabilization unit, a second psychiatric health facility, additional crisis residential treatment beds, adult detox, adult substance abuse residential treatment, and a residential substance abuse program for minors. So within that feasibility, we looked at three specific buildings within phase one. The urgent care services, specifically that building would have the triage and building support, the sobering center, the crisis stabilization, and the psychiatric health facility. The residential treatment building would include the substance abuse residential treatment and withdrawal management for adults. It would have the youth SUD residential program and crisis residential. The third building, which would be a community and outpatient building, would have the public admin building, an adolescent outpatient program, urgent medical building support, the kitchen and potential markets, as well as expanded space for future growth. Within those program summaries, this is just another look. We looked specifically at square footage. So the residential programs would approximately be 45,700 square feet. The community building would be 27,400 square feet, and the urgent care being 29,200 square feet for a total 3-building campus of 102,000 square feet with future programming and hopes. This is what it would look like based off of the feasibility. So keeping in mind, this is a feasibility campus master plan look. The orange buildings would be the urgent care programming. The blue would be the community and outpatient, and the green would be residential. You'll also notice that there are shaded areas. The shaded areas on the part of the campus where it's closer to Hospital Road would be for additional clinical space in future phases. And then you can see at the upper part closer to institutional zone, which would be the future transitional housing programming. Within the phase one feasibility study, this is just a zoom in version of the last slide. We also want to make sure that we have outdoor programming. We have learned based off of the mental well-being of individuals post-COVID, outdoor space is incredibly important as well for treatment. So we wanted to make sure that when we were looking at the feasibility studies and the usage of that land, were we able to actually include outdoor programming. This is a design concept that would include all 3 buildings based off of the feasibility. The main building looking at us would be the outpatient community facing. The far left building which are shaped like a U, would be the residential, because we would need separate entrances for youth and families in comparison to our adults. And the far back building would be our locked and semi-locked urgent care services. I am passing the next part of this presentation over to Greg.
So we continue to work with Boulder and Associates, who are contracted via the Health Plan of San Joaquin to do the feasibility study. I've done a lot deeper dive with the 3 buildings we're looking at, the square footage. Now we have a current all-in estimate that includes both the hard and soft costs, the off-site improvements, the furnitures and fixtures, and a contingency of 40%. So we're looking at what you just saw there, that site development of $131 million. That could actually be a little bit more depending upon additional review. Boulder is still under contract with Health Plan of San Joaquin. This week we submitted a application to the County Community Development Department and paid a $33,000 application fee. We do have some thresholds that have been met. The City of Stockton has issued us a will serve letter for sewer, water, and storm drain. Right now, the capital commitments we have from a variety of sources add up to approximately $86.1 million, so a significant shortfall here with our aspirational goal. This is all in. This includes basically running a mile of sewer under the street and a lift station that would allow the further development of this parcel. But a lot more due diligence is needed to be done, and we continue to work with Boulder and Associates and our General Services Department to make sure that we are vetting all of this. And with the continued work from Boulder, hopefully we can narrow down the cost estimates here. With that, if we do pivot, this looks a little bit like what you saw before. The residential building on the bottom here is shifted to the west. So going from 3 buildings to 2 buildings and not having building A, which Genevieve described, gets us into the next slide, which is that work should be able to be accomplished. Again, the site work, 2 buildings, the off-site soft cost escalations to the middle of the construction. Preliminary looking at $82.6 million, which I believe we have the capital on hand for. But again, everything we're giving you an update today. Nothing's been decided. We are still working through our due diligence to see if we have a viable project here or not. We just wanted to come to your board. But again, Health Plan of San Joaquin is looking to compliantly extend contract services through Boulder. I mentioned we paid the community development for them to look at zoning, general plan amendments if we need to do an environmental impact report. But I think 2 things beyond, can we afford this and is it doable, and can we knock down additional barriers? More to come with that. I think we'll be returning to this board in 6 months with another update and hopefully having some clearer answers on how we can get there. Funding is one thing, but one of our other goals is how can we get this accomplished within the time frames? Your board allowed us to extend Prop 43 for 2 years. This campus is going to be instrumental to additional beds that are local, that have higher levels of care, that we can control. We did prove out the fiscal analysis with Health Management Associates. I think it's if we can get there, a huge win for the county. But beyond the funding, how can we do it quickly? We've entertained some dialogue, and a lot more due diligence has to be done with a public-private partnership concept for the delivery methodology. And unlike what you might consider a traditional public-private partner, where the private partner comes in with cash and basically builds it and then operates it and turns it over to you after a 40-year capital lease, if you will. We really need the public-private partnership, not so much for the cash portion, but for the expertise to provide additional bandwidth that the county might not have internally, given all the other capital works projects going on, and looking to have some preliminary dialogue. Can we get there, and what partner? But obviously a lot more to come. But I know some of our supervisors attended a visit down in Orange County. Orange County has completed their original Bwell project. They're now onto a second phase in Irvine, California. And Riverside University Health System, which is a integrated public hospital healthcare system in Riverside County, actually has a very aspirational, approximately a $500 million campus. They are looking to do kind of the same things we're doing here with expediting the delivery with public-private partnerships, maybe some debt financing. But Genevieve and I and our staff, in partnership with the CEO's office, Health Plan of San Joaquin, and General Services, continues to do our due diligence that hopefully we can come back to this board with tighter cost estimates and pathways to get to next phase and hopefully construction. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much. We have a couple of supervisors like to speak. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you both again for being here and for the presentation. Hey, I just want to say I like the project. I understand the price tag on it, but if you look at all the money we spend on like homelessness, for example, the state has spent over $16 billion. We spent $20 million, over $200 million, right, in 2 years through Fed and state funding and so on. So you put it in a context, but we always talk about this housing first model, and we talked about housing, earlier today, this afternoon, about the underlying issues, substance abuse and mental health. If we don't get people help for those and solve that issue and get that issue under control, then we're just going to keep on just spending and wasting money. And so I think this project is essential, and we need to find a way how to fund it. Hopefully the state or the feds, can come in and help out. But if you want to eliminate some of the issues that we have, you have to have the mental health and substance abuse side to it. So thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Director Dietrich, phenomenal finding this project down in Southern California and Orange and bringing it to us. I'd like to thank Supervisor Ding and Vice Chair Canepa for working with Director Dietrich, going down. Genevieve, this is a fantastic project. I'm a little challenging for you is instead of bringing this back in 6 months, what can we accomplish in 2, 3, or 4 months? Like, let's try to move this forward, get some answers, get some commitments, whatever it takes. I'd love to see this launch because this is in great need. And furthermore, to Supervisor Rickman's point, who used to be chairman until we threw him out, but the transitional housing component, I'd love to see that as part of the campus. As instead of options down the road, it's only going to cost more money. Why don't we put that into the package? And that might be a takeaway, but at least it's there because we know there's a great need for that. And that was your idea to include that on that land. So let's think big. Great job.
We are thinking big. And to your first question, continue to use Health Plan of San Joaquin dollars to have them continue the pre-development, maybe even getting into some limited A&E to come back with maybe something that we can have a consideration of the board to move forward with. And on the northern portion of that property in one of the earlier schematics, we're looking at if Prop 1 passes, as well as a bond initiative on the November ballot that would fund that residential aftercare on this facility. It would not be permanent supportive housing. It may be more dorm style housing. But if Prop 1 passes, we actually have a funding stream to pay basically rents for individuals to have aftercare on that campus for up to 2 years.
Awesome. Fantastic. And good timing for it. So again, great foresight. Fantastic bringing this to our county. Thank you, Director Dietrich and Genevieve for doing this. Honestly, could not be better and more suited. So thank you. That's it, Chair.
Supervisor Canepa.
No, this is very exciting. Down there, though, when we went, they had a lot of community partners because what it does when you take care of this problem is it takes folks out of the emergency room. So, the byproduct of doing this would be less congestion in emergency rooms. How did they, help that along to get that, and how are we trying to do the same thing? And then the shortfall of the money, have we had any other ideas of where we can possibly beg for that?
So through the chair, I'll answer the first part of that about the emergency rooms. So having this as an alternative destination, we will actually be able to divert from the ERs completely and utterly, as long as we have the ability to have medical on site. So based off of the design for the urgent care, we would have the ability to have medical clearances on site in order to divert and have direct alternative destination with ambulance. As of today, we have 41 San Joaquin County beneficiaries and outside ERs and outside locations. So our hope is that we would, God bless you, our hope is that we would actually be able to divert them from other ERs outside of our county in order for us to be able to provide those services and keep the funds internally. So not only would it benefit our local ERs, it would benefit our surrounding counties as well as keeping our own dollars here.
But to speak to partnerships, we're looking to have an urgent care there, which would probably be an FQHC facility. It would be a partnership because we have psychiatry, we don't have medicine. Medicine would be needed for the urgent care services that could also decant people from going to the ERs, but we need that to provide services as well as assessment before somebody goes into a locked placement. We also need medicine for the higher orders of substance use services. St. Joseph's Behavioral Health, BHS has a partnership now. They stood up, they ended their cap build for the residency program last July. They have in the order of 225 residents. They have a psychiatric residency program. Genevieve and her staff are partnering with them for outpatient rotations on child psychiatry. But I think we have a logical partner with St. Joseph's, Dignity, Common Spirit on this campus itself. Paul Raines, the regional VP for St. Joseph's Behavioral Health, has been a longstanding partner on this concept. This goes back about 5 years, and we've used Brian Jensen. We had some meetings looking at a regional campus in Ceres at Memorial South there. That didn't pass because of NIMBYism and other things. But I think we have some logical partners long-term with the operation, as well as getting there to even maybe part of the capital stack.
Just one more follow-up. You talked about 1 mile of sewer. Is there anybody downline that could benefit, that could help pay for that aspect of it? Because I know they were talking Pape or something was going to build a truck facility or something close to by there. So I don't know if there's any cost sharing that we could possibly.
So my understanding there, and this is the highest cost estimate, which is literally a mile in the center of a street with a lift station, versus going over and utilizing the force main at San Joaquin General Hospital. But indeed, this would be kind of like what the VA community-based outpatient clinics did. The cost of the improvements would be bared by the project, and when there is developer backfill over a period of time, there would be a contract with the city, if you will, and we would recover some of our investments as other entities take advantage of that.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very exciting. The trip down to Orange, was great, and it's really easy to explain to people and constituents exactly what we're trying to achieve. Is basically a one-stop shop. That being said, while we're growing our Stockton-centric county health services, I will not forget the North, nor will Rickman forget the South, and those clinics will be built one way or another. I just spent a great bit of time in Thornton, California, where we used to have a clinic, and it's amazing what these people are trying to do to find services. And, as Supervisor Patty mentioned, those costs just continue to escalate if we wait too long. So I'm hoping we look at this as a whole package and make sure the entire county is being taken care of. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I hear that. I knew we'd have to have geographically dispersed services. I think we looked at this land because it's county-owned, therefore not an acquisition cost for the land. It's adjacent to the San Joaquin General Hospital and some synergies there, as well as the project in Ceres was literally killed, as well as other ones down in the Fresno area because of not my backyard issues. So.
And I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that, getting sometimes when you have a problem in one neighborhood, you don't build the resource center in the other and tell them to get in their non-existent cars and leave their unattended children at home and drive out there. So we are going to have to look at those, on the south and the north side of the county. But hats off. You're on the right path. I do have one other follow-up question, Prop 1, because you just listed what the benefit would be if Prop 1 passed, but yet you've been beating on us that Prop 1 shouldn't pass for 2 months. So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, so Prop 1, if it does pass, it gives us additional resources for the building out of the center, but the bad side is it strips our control and money for clinicians, staff, et cetera, is the bad part, correct?
That is a beautiful question. So if Prop 1 passes, there's pros and cons.
Okay.
30% of our MHSA dollars will be reallocated away from treatment and prevention to housing. So that's where it ends up being. So 30% gets reallocated. As of today, if Prop 1 passed, that would be approximately $38 million reallocated from treatment and prevention to housing interventions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wonderful housing first that fails everywhere. Okay, well, that was an excellent presentation, and I think you guys doing a great job. So keep up the good work. I'm going to open public comment. Anyone would like to comment on this item? I see none. I'll close public comment. And anyone else like to make a motion to accept this item?
Motion to approve this or receive?
Yes.
There's no
motion?
request for action on this item.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation and your time. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 9. Might as well stay there, Greg. Accept the San Joaquin Health Center's 2023-2024 mid-year financial report.
I will run through this as quickly as possible. All right. Wearing a different hat today for this presentation as the interim chief executive officer for SJ Health. And if we have the presentation, a positive, my first slide shows that I'm actually given this through January, not through December. So in January, we actually exceeded our prior 2 years visit volume. We got to 97% of the budgeted volume. That brings us to 93% of budget visits for this year. That's primarily due to the staffing of the Manteca Clinic with locum tenens providers. We have a little bit north of 47,000 patients assigned from the health plan of San Joaquin. In calendar 23, we only saw 17,400 of them. That's only 37%. A lot of this, there'll be a redetermination of medical eligibility, but a challenge there is every one of those 47,000 is in my denominator for our quality improvement measures, including HEDIS. So there's a substantial opportunity to pick up not only quality scores, but improve visit volumes. The next slide is our income statement through January of 2024. We recognize some revenue in the month of January having to do with HEDIS and QIP. And actually now our year-to-date net bottom line is $4.2 million profit, which is $3.6 million favorable to budget. I have a slide that goes through each of the items in the P&L with a greater than or less than 10% change. So our supplemental income, which is QIP and HEDIS, is above budget substantially. That is due to better performance scores and a larger pool, as well as us performing well above. I don't think I can advance it. Well above our budget performance score of 75%. Mentioned HEDIS, that is a supplemental program from the health plan of San Joaquin if we improve some of our HEDIS scores. Grant revenue is something that's unfavorable to budget by a little bit more than $1 million. A lot of this has to do with it's on our balance sheet, but I can't move it to our P&L and compliantly recognize it until we get some metrics completed. But the good news is I don't think we're losing any of the grant revenue. We just need to compliantly report out that we've met some thresholds so we can recognize it. We have a 340B complement program, which allows prescriptions to be filled at retail pharmacies, and we can enjoy a royalty from that. Currently made a profit of $1.3 million there, and that's favorable to budget by a little more than $300,000. We're favorable on our employee benefits, but that's really because of the way it was budgeted. Our professional fees are exceeding budget, but that's primarily because of the locum tenens providers are contracted physicians where I have to pay a higher hourly rate. I have to pay for travel and lodging as well. Moving on, we have a very strong balance sheet, and I apologize, I don't have the slides up in front of you, but they should be online. We have a strong balance sheet. At the close of January, we have total assets of $45 million with cash assets of $20 million. Very pleased with our strong balance sheet, and we're projected to end the year with a net gain. The next slide has to, oh, here we go. I'll get caught up for you. 7, please. So this is one of the metrics we have to provide to HRSA, which is the Health Resources Services Administration. Through January of this year, our medical cost per visit is $358. The top line, the cumulative cost per unique visit, will normalize as more costs come in, but fewer net new patients. But the 358 is what I like to focus on because that's our cost per medical visit, yet our average reimbursement from our prospective payment system rate is about $60 less than that. These are our benchmarks that we look at for other FQHCs. 4 of the 5 are positive. The last one there for the personnel related expenses, I think as we continue to drive visit volume, that will turn into the green in the coming months. But we again have strong operating profits, a bottom line, and as I mentioned, the balance sheet very strong with cash being on hand. Here's really the meat of the last 3 slides I have. And we're going to be adding chiropractic services to the French Camp campus via a contractor come June. That will allow us to increase visit volume as well as it is a supplemental offering FQHCs can have. One of the things we're looking to also do is an intermittent clinic strategy. And this is something that it's tough to explain, but we have 7 clinics and therefore 7 PPS rates, but those are really 3 physical clinics. So if you go to the 1414 California, you walk into the first floor there, that's on the Behavioral Health main campus. You walk in the first floor and there's a peds clinic on the left, a family medicine straight ahead, and a OB clinic to the right. They each have their own PPS rates. They each have different listed hours, and their PPS rates are significantly different. The same thing on our French Camp campus. So what we're looking to do is make 2 of those clinics, individual hallways, limited to 40 hours a week. The front door will be open for the amount of hours we currently post, but that will allow us to work with DHCS and then bill those other 2 clinics at the highest PPS rate on that campus. Doing the same thing in French Camp. This will allow us to pick up nearly $6 million in additional revenues by taking this strategy. It's not clear cut. We've been working with CAPH and Senator Eggman's office to offer a bill, and it's not clean cut because we're a public entity and therefore license exempt. But we've worked with the state and other government entities have been able to do that. So that's what we're also going to be looking to do in the coming months. As mentioned, some of our business risks, we have an MOU with the county, SJ Health does, where approximately, I think it's 34% of the quality incentive pool monies flow from the hospital as a certified public hospital to the health centers. There's 40 metrics in there. About 32 of them are based upon ambulatory care. We've gone over the last couple of years. We're in program year 6 now. But earlier on, a couple years ago, we were at 54%, now 72, last year 84. We should exceed 90%. So our quality scores have gone up significantly. Our goal is to maximize the QIP coming into the county. Provider recruitment and retention is a challenge. I think we have an over-reliance upon locum tenens physicians. Another slide I'll mention, our Manteca clinic has become a health professional shortage area, which now allows us to use J1 and H1B visa providers there. And eventually we will be addressing our MOU with the hospital, or pardon me, with the county. 2 more slides, if you could bear with me. Some of the key understandings, as I mentioned, our patient volume has not declined as much as we'd budgeted with the redetermination of Medi-Cal eligibility, and we have a huge gap there. Every one of those in our denominators hit our QIP score. So as we can see more of them, or as they roll off the rolls, that will also improve our QIP score. But there's a lot of patients that are assigned to us that we don't see. Again, we have a favorable net income, largely driven by supplemental fundings. We've got our monthly visits back up above the last 2 years. That continued in the month of February. As mentioned, we're underperforming in the grant portfolio, but the big thing is we are not profitable without the QIP revenue. I think that's about 36% of our revenues. Intermittent strategy, recruitment efforts, and this is my last slide, except for the question slide. Recent developments, we've hired an interim contracted chief operating officer, Ruben Pettiford, with a lot of hospital and FQX experience. He started in February. He's driving a lot of operational change for us. We had a very successful HRSA operational site visit in January with 5 items that were going currently in the compliance resolution opportunity period, which concludes tomorrow. So we're reporting back on those today. We submitted our annual uniform data system submission. Yesterday, we finalized the data validation for that. One of our big deliverables for the operational site visit was our provision of dental care. We did not have that, so we got a partnership with community medical centers. We were doing dental cleaning, but we hope to expand that and actually bring dentistry in-house, and might be pivoting with some funding that we have from the federal government to allow us to expand dental into the Manteca Clinic by doing some tenant improvements there. Continuing to close gaps with QIP. Even though the year closed at December 31st, what we do now is look at these measures. Are there people that we can scrounge and find that they actually did get their colorectal cancer screening done? Can we prove that? Are there people in the denominator that don't qualify? We're currently at 30 out of 32 points. Some of those we're getting bonus points, but because we've increased the measure by more than 10%. Continuing the recruitment, as I mentioned, the health professional shortage area. Did a partnership with the health plan of San Joaquin, signing a contract with them that will allow us to offer not only in the FQ, but also in the hospital, up to $100,000 of recruitment incentives over a 2-year plan for people that come to work in our safety net community. With Ruben and other leadership, we've implemented a recurring management team meeting. That is something that has been vacant for several years there, working to drive process improvement, wider data sharing, and taking data into action. As of the 29th of this month, or probably of January, we finally got the conflict waived between the councils. We're standing up an informal liaison committee meeting and looking at the co-applicant agreement and the recruitment of permanent leadership in the SJ Health. Pending 2 external independent investigations that should wrap up in the next 60 days. That should help inform on maybe some needed changes in the co-applicant agreement. We are staffing up our mobile clinics, looking to do recurrent services up in Lodi, and eventually how can we expand, given that we have a strong balance sheet. Hopefully you're able to retain providers. And one of the things I skipped over is we are helping to rebuild partnerships with San Joaquin General Hospital, the Family Medicine Residency Center. We've not retained a resident from the residency center into the FQ for a number of years. That's got to stop. But we have a lot of positive opportunities with onboarding more providers, increasing our quality scores, increasing our access, and expanding our clinic sites throughout the county. And hopefully that was quick enough, and that comes to questions the board might have for me.
Thank you, Greg. Supervisor Ding. Yes, you did.
And I didn't realize it.
No worries.
It's been a good day, so I'm not going to ruin it. Greg already knows most of my thoughts here. obviously we have financial interests and our balance sheets have got to be, straight. But I feel like I just walked into church and got a lecture from the priest on the building fund. Instead of going in there, we have said nothing about patient health here at all. You can argue all you want. You built a Taco Bell in the middle of the country and nobody showed up, so you're not going to build any more Taco Bells. We offered you a site in Lodi with a great point of clientele there, and until the leadership of this has changed, I don't know what to say. I feel like, just because I'm the sitting supervisor that spends the time in the community, in my opinion, really doesn't flip and matter because I don't understand the balance sheet. I think you've made a mistake. I'm glad you're going to expand chiropractic services in French Camp. You don't do anything for the north part of the district. I'm not there. So I'm trying to be patient, but I don't think you're looking from a business perspective or a client perspective. I don't think you're looking at this right. And you can argue all you want, cut these costs, cut this, and try to only limit these services to these sites. But you got some big markets there that are ripe for the picking for your state funding. So all your PRQRF, whatever funds come in. But we're actually taking care of people. And that's the primary purpose of this, is to take care of our residents. I've got the lost city of Thornton up north used to have a clinic, by the way. Single family residents. I mean, Thornton is just such a crime what has happened up there. Single family residents, they don't have transportation to go to your whatever clinic. The one service they did have was a clinic. The one service they did, the other thing they had is somebody to help them with their paperwork. But I guess the county has told them HIPAA requirements and everything. They can't give anybody advice or anything anymore either. But we can't keep telling people, you got to go, this county clinic, we've got to reach out. And from a business perspective, I'm telling you, I think you're wrong. It would have worked, and you should have taken advantage of the Lodi site. And we will look at Thornton some of these off. I'm not going to sit here anymore and listen to all the whatever. So if you want my support on this, I quite frankly, I think there's too much on your plate. So I'll just say it straight out.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. And Supervisor Ding, thanks for sharing the concerns and representing your community. And I think it's well heard and well received. We have a major transitions happening. We've got an upheaval of the administrative operation, and I think we're seeing a major shift and turn. So kudos, Director Dietrich. I know that you've got a lot going on. That's why we actually try to lighten your load a bit. Some of the homeless things shifting over. So a VSO, we're looking at what to do, because as you are working so hard and diligently on so many things, and we do need to pay attention to what Supervisor Ding's asking for. And as this evolves and things, with kind of the ship gets righted up and you've got direction and clarity going forward, and you get a good CEO that's going to operate things, we're here to support the evolution and the growth. So thank you. A good report. We see there's a shift and a change, and that hasn't been easy. You've had a lot on your plate, to Supervisor Ding's point. And, let's keep going and evolving the services we are performing in the county, throughout the entire county, north, south, east, and west. Thank you very much.
Great. Anyone else like to speak? Go ahead, Stuart.
I did focus on access. QIP is a proxy for quality. That's better patient care. I mentioned we're going to be doing the mobile clinic in Lodi, looking to do a site there. And it was the SJ Health Board who has the authority over the scope of services where we do it. They voted not to go forward, and the funding from CMS would not have been compatible with the deal.
I'm going to interrupt. That's intellectually dishonest. That is absolutely intellectually dishonest. You went into that closed door board meeting and scared the living crud out of them, and they didn't. Because I've talked to them all after that. They didn't know what to do. So don't sit here and tell me they made an independent decision. That's intellectually dishonest. They did it on your guidance. You made the leadership decision. You decided you were the supervisor for Lodi. So don't blame it on them.
So the SJ Health Board had 3 engagements on the Lodi Clinic. The first was to submit a grant in the month of May. Then there was an oral update from the CEO in July. Then my first board meeting, we allocated $10,000 to do a zoning change. And then the meeting you spoke of was the first time that board was ever engaged at all at any level of detail in that Lodi clinic.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, this has been quite the learning curve, and I mean, I think you've been at it for 5.5 months, and I've learned a lot. And I mean, obviously, being on the health plan of San Joaquin and the services and what goes into running these clinics and running the county hospital, there's been kind of an adversarial effect of actually spinning off the clinics and kind of them growing and have their own independent board, which is hard because what's the oversight when you do have a board outside of the county's hospice? So it's been a challenging, to say the least, 5.5 months, and Supervisor Ding and I are on that committee. And I think standing that up and trying to figure out what is the best thing for not only the patients, but as far as the health of the organization. And I mean, it's very difficult because we are always getting different information from different sides of it. And then my other concern was with when you do have boards like this, what is the oversight of the board? And I'm seeing that a lot of times. We get a lot of lay people that are put in these positions, and it's very vital to the running of that organization. So I think what we're trying to do is unwind that as best we can within the auspices of what we have. So I mean, going forward, I think it is important that we do check into what other areas in South County and North County can be best served. And not compete, obviously, with CMC and other agencies or what have you for those patients, because what it comes down to is getting people through the door for preventative care so that they don't end up in our emergency rooms for 700 days, like somebody at the county hospital's been at 700 days that they've been in the county hospital. And those, you know what I mean? It's not a board and care facility. So, I mean, those are the things that we as a society have to take a big, deep, strong look at. And us as a county, because we provide so many different services. And I think it's important that we get, do the best job that we can with the information that we have. But sometimes the information can be seen is either positive or negative. So I'll end with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just real quick, as to what Supervisor Ding mentioned, and you've heard us both talk about on several different times in the last few years, is, we're doing some great things in this county, and but we have to make sure we have the services in North County and South County. It seemed, I understand Stockton's the central seat, and this is a major population area. I can speak on my district, Tracy and Mountain House, that's 140,000 people. And, how big Lodi is, an unincorporated area. Not everybody can get to Stockton, and especially when you factor in traffic and weather and so on. So there has to be a concentrated effort to make sure we have the services in South County and North County, because, there's going to be a point in there that this board will just pretty much mandate it, and we'll kind of direct it where it goes. And so just that's just all I have to say. So, but thank you, Mr. Diedrich, for the report and your agency. We appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Well, Greg. Oh, go ahead, Greg.
So that's one of the dynamics with this co-applicant agreement, where we have this nonprofit board because we're a lookalike. The lookalike under HRSA requirements has the plenary authority over the scope of services, the hours, and the location of services. So it's going to be a partnership. We've turned a lot of things around. We've rebuilt some base. We're able to grow. I will work with that board to expand clinics throughout the county as we can, but it's going to be a partnership, and I've solidified the base, and I think we have an opportunity to grow, and I think there'll be more things to come that are going to be positive and responsive to this board.
Well, Greg, thanks a lot. I know you have a lot on your plate. I know you're working hard, so keep your head up. At this time, I'm going to open public comment. Anyone would like to speak on behalf of this item? I see none. I'm going to close public comment. And at this time, do we need to make a motion?
No, Chair.
No? Okay, great. Thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you all.
Moving on. And at this time, we do have an afternoon session, but we need a 15-minute break. So if we can return at 2:15, that'd be great. We'll see you at 2:15. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We have a scheduled afternoon public hearing. Community development, a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to certify final environmental impact report number PA-24000016 and approved site approval number PA-22000137, Williamson Mac contract cancellation PA-23000251, and Cola Energy Storage LLC, care of Next Era Energy Resources. Director Jolly.
Presentation, and then we have a team of the applicants here for
Thank
questions.
You.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. This project includes the following 2 applications and the related environmental review: a site approval for a 32-acre, 400-megawatt battery energy storage facility, or BESS, a Williamson Act contract cancellation to cancel 40 acres of an existing contract to allow for the development of the facility and related improvements, and certification of the final environmental impact report. The project site has a general plan designation and zoning of general agriculture. The entire parcel is under a Williamson Act contract and consists of grazed, non-native grassland, 3 residences with accessory structures, and a farm employee residence. The project site is located immediately adjacent to the San Joaquin Alameda County line, south of Patterson Pass Road and southwest of I-580 and the city of Tracy. The county line is noted in orange above, just to the left of where it says project parcel. The site is located approximately 1,500 feet east of the PG&E Tesla substation in Alameda County, there to the left or the west. That is proposed to be connected to the site by way of a generational tie line depicted in green and yellow. There's a line there to the south. A cluster of residential uses is located directly north of Patterson Pass Road and the project site, and there are scattered residences along Midway Road to the west of the project site in Alameda County. The upper photo was taken from Midway Road in Alameda County looking towards the project site, which will be located approximately 700 feet east of the roadway and 200 feet behind the residential development visible in the background. The lower photo was taken from Patterson Pass Road in San Joaquin County, looking south at the project site, the view of which will be obstructed by the hill in the foreground there. This is a copy of the site plan submitted by the applicant with details added for clarity. The project area is depicted in the center there with the yellow and includes installation of 500 freestanding batteries as well as support equipment on site. The BESS or BESS facility will occupy 32 acres, while the additional 8 acres will be utilized for related improvements and grading. The Williamson Act contract cancellation area is outlined in green and includes approximately 40 acres. A proposed sound wall for noise mitigation is depicted in pink to the left side of the project area, and the county line is depicted in orange a little bit further west or left. The project site is under a Williamson Act contract and currently contains grazing land and several residences, as stated before. The Williamson Act contract provides a reduction in the property tax rate, but also restricts the land to agricultural and open space uses. The proposed project is not an agricultural use and therefore not compatible with the contract. As a result, the applicant is requesting to cancel a 40-acre portion of the contract to develop the proposed BESS facility. If approved, the applicant is required to pay a fee and return to the Board of Supervisors for approval of a final certificate of cancellation before the project can be constructed. The site approval includes development of 32 acres with approximately 500 freestanding batteries, a collector, substation, inverters, fencing, sound wall, access roads, supervisory control and data acquisition system, and related equipment on an additional 8 acres. As noted on a prior slide, the facility will be connected via a generational tie line to the PG&E substation in Alameda County, which is 1,500 feet west of the project site. Due to potential impacts from the project, an environmental impact report, or EIR, was performed to analyze the project. The draft EIR process concluded in December of 2023 and did not identify any significant environmental impacts that could not be mitigated to a less than significant level. After circulation of the draft EIR, the project was modified and the location of the batteries altered, resulting in revisions to the mitigation monitoring and reporting program and recommended conditions of approval. Community Development Department staff reviewed the modified project and determined that the project revisions did not constitute significant new information or require recirculation of the draft EIR. The Planning Commission considered this item on February 15th and voted 4-0 to forward the project to the Board of Supervisors to certify the EIR and approve the project. In order to approve the Williamson Act contract cancellation and site approval, there are several findings that must be made in the affirmative. These findings are attached to the board letter and can be made in the affirmative. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the project with the amended recommendations provided on this slide, which include clarification that the recommendation is being made to certify to the county auditor that the landowner shall pay the county treasurer $30,000 upon cancellation, as calculated by the county assessor, to be 12.5% of the current market value. Adopt finding number 2 and the sub-findings for Williamson Act contract cancellation, and approve a tentative certificate of cancellation for Williamson Act contract cancellation number PA 23-251. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Great, thank you for that. Anyone from the board like to comment? I see none. At this time, I'm going to open public comment. You will have 3 minutes if you'd like to speak. Yeah, it will be.
Great. My name is Kaim Sayed. I will be speaking on behalf of the COLA project. Before we go into the project details, I wanted to speak on who will be building it. It's going to be owned and operated by NextEra Energy Resources, by COLA Energy Storage LLC, which is a subsidiary of NextEra Energy Resources. NextEra is an American-owned and operated company and the world's largest producer of wind and solar energy. We have over 27,000 megawatts in operation across 40 states as well as Canada, and have invested nearly $40 billion in wind, solar, and battery storage since 2012. We have a long history of operating these projects and investing in California as well, with over $9 billion in capital investment throughout the state, as well as over $50 million in annual payroll and $45 million in annual land payments and property taxes. All that to say, we have a long history of building and operating these projects and working with California. Now to go into the project itself, the COLA battery storage project is 400 megawatts of standalone storage that can power up to 300,000 homes. It's going to provide necessary grid stability and reliability to come online during peak periods and prevent blackouts. The site is optimally located adjacent to the Tesla substation, as you saw in the image, right across the street from the Tesla substation actually, and only encompasses 32 acres. It'll generate approximately $100 million in property taxes over the life of the project, and will have a fully union labor workforce, creating dozens of local union jobs. The project is also expected to go into operation in mid-2025 and will support California's renewable energy goals of 90% clean energy by 2035 and 100% by 2045. I appreciate your consideration and believe the COLA project will benefit the community and should be approved.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Okay, I see none. Oh, we do have one coming forward.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Juan Perez, and I'm with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I represent hundreds of electrical workers in San Joaquin County who would love the opportunity to build their own community and not have to go over or out of the area. The peaker plant, which was built in Tracy, wasn't sustainable. It turned into a power plant. Now with this battery energy, it will be hold on to with all those rolling blackouts and everything else. We're invested in building a clean, renewable, and sustainable energy project that will help meet California's aggressive climate change goals. And I'm here to ask that you all approve this project to help us continue to get closer to meeting our state's climate change goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Georgina Halafia. I am here as Vice President of the San Joaquin Building Trades, representing over 12,000 working families here in the county. And I'm here to speak on behalf of this project. Of those 12,000 working families that I earlier mentioned, many of them actually cross the Altamont daily to work. You know, it's projects like this that you're able to approve that will keep these workers here. The developer has actually partnered with the building trades, and they entered into a PLA. A PLA is a project labor agreement, better known for the three key components uses the same acronym, I should say. P is everyone on the project will be making the prevailing rate. L, they're going to use a local workforce. People that live here, that spend their money here, can actually stay here, work, keep their money local. And A, apprenticeship opportunities. Apprenticeship opportunities, we have 19 different apprenticeshable crafts throughout the county. And it's, again, projects like these that opens opportunities for apprentices to get into the program. Expanding opportunities like this also helps us grow our MC3 program. That's our multi-core craft curriculum apprenticeship readiness program. Our current cohort's actually in the jail right now. These are people who, as they're coming out, could potentially work on a project like this. Again, please, I would encourage everyone to pass this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? At this time, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Any comment from any supervisor?
Motion to approve as proposed.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Is this a project which you had proposed revised language for?
Yes.
And has that been addressed?
In the presentation, it was included as the revised findings or revised recommendations. I'm sorry.
Okay, so just for the record, to be clear, the motion should include the revisions, not what was in the board letter.
I'll amend my motion to include as noted by County Council. Thank you.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. A vote, please. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Congratulations. Thank you. Moving on to item number 2.
And Chairman, thank you. And according to FPPC guidelines on campaign contribution, I did accept campaign contribution from the applicant, which meet the threshold. So as a result, I'm going to be recusing myself.
Okay. Have a good day, sir. Moving on to item number 2, public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve General Plan Amendment number PA 2300135 and revisions of approved actions number PA-1900295 of Mosdale Associates, care of Mike Souza, District 3. Jennifer Jolly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Again, we have Megan Aguirre who will be doing a brief presentation.
Great.
Good afternoon again. The project before you is comprised of 2 applications. The first one is a general plan map amendment request to change the general plan designation from limited industrial to warehouse industrial to match the existing zoning designation of warehouse industrial for a 5.9 acre portion of a 143.85 acre site. The second application is a revisions of approved actions request to remove previous site approval condition for a heavy machinery and construction equipment sales facility that requires the project to connect to public water and storm drainage. The project site is located on the southeast side of West Mossdale Road across from the northern off-ramp for Interstate 205 near Lathrop and is surrounded by an active quarry to the immediate south, agriculture with scattered residences to the east, and parcels within the city of Lathrop's jurisdiction to the north and west. The approximately 143-acre project parcel contains several general plan and zoning designations. The 5.9 acre project site is circled in blue and contains a general plan designation of limited industrial with zoning of warehouse industrial. The existing use on that site is an agricultural equipment sales facility. In 2016, the Board of Supervisors approved a general plan designation change from freeway service commercial to the current limited industrial general plan designation as part of the 2035 general plan update. In 2019, the zoning was changed from freeway service commercial to warehouse industrial for consistency with the new general plan designation. IW zone properties with a general plan designation of limited industrial are required to connect to public water and stormwater systems when they develop. In 2020, the Community Development Department approved a site approval to convert the existing agricultural equipment sales facility to a heavy machinery and construction equipment sales facility with the condition to connect to the public water and stormwater systems that are required. The applicant has since begun construction of the project. However, public systems are not available and the issued building permits cannot be finalized unless the condition to connect to public services is removed or public water and stormwater systems become available. As a result, the applicant has submitted the subject project to allow on-site services by changing the general plan designation to warehouse industrial, matching the zoning, which permits on-site services, and revising the conditions of approval. This actually only became an option at the end of 2022 when your board approved some development title and general plan designation changes, which created the warehouse industrial general plan designation. On November 16, 2023, the Planning Commission considered the current project and voted to forward it to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation for approval. In order to approve the general plan map amendment and revisions of approved actions, several findings must be made in the affirmative. These findings are attached to the board letter and can be made in the affirmative. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt the findings and approve the project with the recommendations shown on this slide and included in the board letter. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. Any comment from any board member? I see none. I'm going to move the public hearing. You'll have 3 minutes to comment.
Good afternoon, board. Mike Souza. I represent the property owners, the Brown family. I want to thank staff for all of their work on this. It's been a lot of years working through this and getting everything resolved here. But thank you very much for helping us work through that. We agree with staff's recommendation and here to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Souza? I see none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak? I see none. I will close public comment. And I'll bring it back to the board. Any comment or motions available?
Motion to approve.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 4-0. Congratulations and thank you so much.
Thank you.
For staff. Thank you. At this. Yep.
Go big.
All right, now we have supervisor comments. Anyone would like to comment? Okay, Supervisor Canepa.
I'll just go through my list. Rotary Read-In, obviously it was a great event. I went to Lincoln Unified for that. We also had a law enforcement dinner to honor Sheriff's Highway Patrol and Stockton Police. Went to an international rally at McNair High School, which was an absolutely amazing event. Obviously the START program, which was stop retail theft. Fishing derby at Oak Grove. The winner was a 7.2 pound trout. 2,000 pounds of trout were released for the fishing derby. It was a great event. Attended the Deputy Sheriff's Association crab feed and oyster feed, which is a good, great event, raising good money. Toured the Discovery Challenge. Also went to Amtrak has new trains, and they were in town for a tour to make the loop up and down the state of California. They have 2 more ADA compliant rail cars. Had a meeting with the Stockton Symphony CEO. Obviously, we went and did the Registrar of Voters tour. The Community Health Leadership Forum is another vital part of what we're doing in the community and how we're doing it. Continuum of care meetings is also important to be aware of and where that's going because our money flows through to the continuum of care. Montezuma Fire Open House was attended and a good event. Arbor Day at Gospel Center, they planted some plants. And also went to Groupie Park for their pickleball 4-year anniversary, which was a great event. Probably 60 people out there. Also attended the Chinese New Year celebration at First Baptist Church. So out in the community, doing the work to see what's going on and be part of it. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Game.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just 2 things and notes. First, the elections department. I've spent 6 months beating the heck out of them. The selection's about perception, and we wanted to go off smoothly. There are some notes, and we will Monday morning quarterback after it's all over, and we'll go through things and try to to refine it. But, people have very short memories in comparing elections. So I just wanted to give you kind of a comparison and some kudos to the elections department, especially after pulling this election off after some personally devastating news from the passing of their colleague on election day. They went into that office, they cried it out for 5 minutes, and they hit that floor and did one heck of a job. When you expand drop boxes from 15 to 25 and the scope, there's a lot more work involved there because all those ballots got to be sorted out by precinct, date stamped, and so forth. So some people are a little upset by the turnout right now. There's about 39,000 ballots left right now. 2 years ago, the reports were released once a week. We're at 3 times a week. We should be done with everything but provisional, or not, I'm sorry, a lot of the provisionals will be done too, but damage of ballots, what have you, by this Friday. So we'll have most of them in. So we're about 2 weeks ahead of where we were, last time with, a lot more work to do because you guys like putting drop boxes everywhere. So it creates a lot more work. So as far as the elections office is concerned, it just like any other situation, there's going to be some cleanup to do, and we'll do that. But I just kudos to the elections office on that. And then I want to mention, as you walk down the hallway, you see the little kids, posters. I had a town hall meeting out in Thornton last week. I was expecting maybe 10, 15 people show up, and I show up and the parking lot's packed. I figured I did something wrong, and they were going to scream at me. I showed up. There's about 100 people in here. Little tiny community, the kids in the after school program, made all these signs. And you look at the innocence in those posters as, I love the library. We could use a trampoline or a water slide. But, what really caught me is look at those posters. How many of them say, I would really love to have a sidewalk? And I'm thinking, things we take for granted. So this little community, I'm going to call it our one little community of deserted children. It is so flippin' sad. Not only did they take our health clinic out of, Thornton a few years ago, they've got, and I've been on the phone with Sacramento Unified School District, along with their own San Joaquin County Superintendent of Schools. Part of North County, it's actually in Sacramento Unified School District. So the whole Acampo area, once you graduate from grammar school, middle school, what have you, in high school, you go to school in Sacramento County. So if you look at the school district map, they took Thornton out of everybody else, and there's just this little circle. And they took these kids, probably one of the poorest areas in our county. They're shipping them out to Galt High School on the far east side of Sacramento County. And well, guess what? The bus leaves after school and it takes them home and drops them off. And it drops them off in these neighborhoods where you got single parent families who are either working or don't care. And so you go from these posters you're seeing out here where they want, we would like a park. They don't even have a park, to turning into one of the most, heavily saturated area of gang recruitment in the area is because these kids literally have, nothing to do. So I'm working on trying to figure out something to do there along with services. And I told Troy, I said, he had to look it up on the map. And I said, I'm not mad at you. We knew Thornton was kind of there, but until a year ago, I really had no idea. How lost this community. Everything from sewer hookups, no park, the school programs, there's no soccer field base. There is literally nothing there to do but hang out behind the liquor store. So we're gonna do something about that. So when you stroll down the hallway, take a look at innocence and realize, that could change depending on the actions of this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be rather brief. I did attend from the Lao community when they came here for the Hmong New Year's. Mr. Steve Herr had passed. There was a big leader for that community. Many of us had participated, including Mike Anderson, my staff. We picked out a book. We did the Rotary read-in to over 20,000 students. One of those proud Rotarian days that I've been glad to be part of for the last 10 years. DSA had a great crab and oyster feed. Most all of us were able to attend. That was a lot of fun and fantastic turnout to support our deputies. We had I was able to appoint, and thanks to this board, approving discretionary funds for the Manteca Education Training Center for a vehicle, and $27,000 for Manteca Lathrop Boys and Girls Club. I mean, it's amazing what they're doing over the Boys and Girls Club. They got a great education. And then also, lastly, I've got, I guess some of you guys were able to attend the lunch over at the Montezuma Fire Station celebrating their 65th year. I went later in the afternoon. They did steak and lobster. They did more of a dinner. So I enjoyed that. I guess you guys had hot dogs or punch or something. I don't know. But the steak and lobster was fantastic. Absolutely really amazing turnout. So lastly, I would just say to our county council, in the conversation I mentioned to you, we had talked about maybe that energy project coming forward. If you reach out to General Services, we kind of have an idea that maybe we could entice them to condense the timeline. So that was just a follow-up on that. I think you'd get support from the board members if there's any objection, they can speak out. So that's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Riggins, do you want to comment?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. A couple of things. Yeah, the Montezuma Fire, happy 65th anniversary. That was cool. They had a nice turnout. And it was funny because Supervisor Canepa and I were there, and they go, God, you two are probably our favorite supervisor. So it was nice. I mean, we didn't expect it. We didn't expect it at all. I mentioned it earlier, the Haagen-Dazs in Mountain House is opened up. Mountain House is getting more and more businesses every single day, which is awesome. I had the honor to do some welcome remarks at the Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce annual recycling exposition, the Rexpo. One of the reasons, of course, I sit on the Air District, the Bell Air Board. Legacy Fields, ribbon cutting for their new Phase 1E. It looks amazing. They have, I believe it is 10 baseball fields, 8 soccer fields. Everything's paved, and that was my baby when I was mayor to get that thing built. I want to give a shout out to the Vice Mayor Alicia Davis, Council Member Dan Evans, and Council Member Mateo Bedoya for pulling it or pushing it up front again so we can get that project completed. And because of them, that project this Phase 1E was completed. So thank you for that. Our kids, you need more places to go play. I want to wish everybody a happy St. Patrick's Day. And lastly, I want to give our thoughts and prayers on behalf of this board and the county to Sam Matthews. For those of you who live in Tracy, you know who Sam Matthews is. He passed away last Sunday at the age of 91. Sam was the emeritus of the Tracy Press. His family owned the Tracy Press at one time. Great guy, an icon. And if you ever wanted to know the history of South County, especially in the Tracy area, Carnegie, that guy knew everything. And, I'll miss having talked with him about our history of our town. And, Tracy lost a great man. So our thoughts and prayers go out to his family, and he will be sorely missed. And with that, Chair, I'll relinquish my time.
Thank you very much. I attended the Chinese New Year with Supervisor Canepa. That was a great time. And most of us attended the Sheriff's Craft Feed. Crab was amazing. I won three prizes, three guns, if you can believe it. And then I also attended the Montezuma Fire Department. Thank you guys for coming to my district and visiting. And Chief Martell told me I was absolutely the best supervisor he's ever met, just being honest. And then that concludes our speech for today, our meeting for today, and we'll attend to March 26th. County Council, do we have anything to report going into County Council? Closed session, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not in.
Okay. The board will resume to closed session.